Hello.
The good news is as well is that I'm gonna be so fucking ahead of time with the posting the whole hey I'm live, I'm gonna be like doing this thingamajiggy and such, which honestly I love. So granted, it does mean that advertisements are probably gonna hit people sooner in the streams and what have you, because like I'm using the ad scheduler to make it so that hits advertisements like for a minute and a half every 30 minutes or so. But it's all in the attempt of making it so that anyone that does come into the streams doesn't get hit with advertisement before they can even see whatever the fuck is going on. So, there's that. Now, one would hope that, there's always something going on. But you never know. So, we're doing what we can with what we got. Oh my goodness, I have missed so many. So many notifications. Alright, cool. Have I posted everywhere? Basically so. The only places that I have not posted would be the, just dropping myself into there. The only place I probably haven't posted into is the, blah 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 blah, brain, you can do this. It would most likely be the places like, Telegram, because I don't really have a lot of Telegram groups. I have a lot of people contacts in Telegram, but the thing is I don't, I don't regularly communicate with people using Telegram. I use it for, sometimes checking in with people, especially if there's artists, because artists use that platform quite a bit. Wolk has a channel on there, but yeah, I don't have like a lot of communities, like community reach in Telegram as I do Blue Sky, Twitter, and Discord. I would love not to use Twitter, but unfortunately it's one of those places where everyone is still on it. You might as well post something there. But yeah, good morning everyone! Happy Monday! It's probably Sunday for some of you peeps like Night Sky. Erneazak, thank you so much for being the first here. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you are all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, night, wherever it is you are. Hey there, Joe! Welcome to the stream! Couldn't think of a name. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So, I don't know what this stuck in my head for a little bit yesterday because of like YY's like comments and what have you. As you no doubt, for those of you that see the chat rules and such when they come in for the first time, I don't have a lot of rules. Like I try to keep the rules short and simple. This is 18 plus because we do we can deal with topics that aren't appropriate for like under 16s and all that kind of nonsense. It needs to be in English so I know what the fuck is being said because I am responsible and the moderators are as well for anything that is spoken in the chats and what have you. Anywho's, but yeah, there's stuff that I have where it's like I don't put in rules like, oh, you can't talk about politics, you can't talk about it's like, whatever kinds of thingamadiggies. You don't like, dox people. Like, I put in a lot of rules that... I don't put in a lot of rules like those, because, one, I might want to talk about politics and some subjects where, if you are going to talk about it, you need to talk about it with tact and a little bit of, restraint. And I would much rather try and tackle those topics with restraint on this platform rather than just be like, oh, we don't talk about it, full stop, go away. Because what happens when you start having more and more spaces that people communicate in being a, hey, we don't talk about those spaces, go away, is that they will then turn to places that don't have a problem talking about them. And in the realm of the internet, historically speaking, most of those places have been a place where people, like, in 4chan, for instance, very intelligent people talking about very dumb shit and wild takes. But then comes the fun of the internet, which is you do not have the benefit of everyone catching on to sarcasm. So you will have wild fucking takes that are meant to be taken as a joke, but will then be taken seriously. And that can snowball into... You have radicalized people. Whether or not it started as a joke on the platform is now irrelevant. It is now, like, a problem. So, yeah, that's why I don't put in a rule of, hey, don't talk about politics in my chat, because sometimes I want to talk about it. But yeah, there was something there was something encroaching closely in Saturday night stream, where basically someone was like, "Oh, this is a this president's on a dictatorship, and there is no war," and I'm like, "Okay, why? Like that's a wild fucking statement to make." And a moderator who spoke to me afterwards was like, "Yeah, you should have timed out that person." So yeah, so I'm sorry if if the topic at the start of the stream back on Saturday was a little bit uncomfortable because I didn't do good moderation. I am not perfect at this sort of stuff. Despite doing this for at least 3 years now, I am still terrible at moderating my own chats. Also, hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. So far, so good still? Yes, so far, so good still. So, oh, I'm doing my best. And yeah, we're just chatting for a little bit because there's like another 6-7 minutes before it actually gets to 9 o'clock, and I don't want to start playing the game before then. But having said that, just giving my little piece out there and such like that, because barely following Ukraine, Palestinian, and such like that, because there's a lot of bullshit that's going off in the United States, and there was a lot of bullshit going off in Australia because we were getting into an election cycle. All that was finished by about late Saturday night, early Sunday morning for the lower the lower house. Australia Australia is in a majority Labour government. So Anthony Albanese, the prime minister that we've had for the last 3 or 4 years, he is going to be he's going to be our prime minister for another 3 or 4 years, which is good stuff. There was quite honestly a little bit of a concern because in the world a lot of countries' political systems were veering off to the right. And there are a lot of theories as to why this was happening. I think it's just simply because of the fact of there is a lot of political upheaval that's been going off during a liberal democratic or liberal, left-leaning, Democrat, whatever the label is and what have you. Basically, political left. There was a lot of upheaval going off while the ruling government was a political left, and people with the mixture of, being on the internet and having no forgive and forget kind of policies going off, a lot of people were very much upset with the status quo, and their best, their best opinion was that it couldn't remain on the left. They had to go to the right. They had to go on with conservatives and what have you. So that's what we were seeing happening. And we saw a really crazy amount of it go off in the United States because most people who are in a democratic system, such as the UK, Australia, Canada, what have you, historically speaking, whatever direction the United States is going, other countries normally follow. And it's only the craziest of the countries, such as North Korea, Russia, and some of the African countries, they don't follow that because they have an entirely different method of consuming the news, media, and international affairs and what have you. So yeah, so there was a concern ever since Trump got into office, since for his second term, that we were going to be seeing a lot of political systems veering off from the left side, going off to the right. We saw that as a concern in Germany. We saw that as a concern in France. We saw that a concern in India. We saw that a concern in a number of places. A couple weeks ago, Canada had their election, and a lot of people were thinking, oh yeah, there's no way that the central left-leaning government was going to be able to stick to power. It was most likely going to be a right-leaning government. But then, because of just the vitriol from the American right, conservative, was bleeding into Canada, and they were like, nah, we don't like this. The liberal government in Canada, which is the left-leaning government, they were able to maintain power, and they were able to have an unprecedented sort of voter turnout in history, which was, good for them and what have you. Fast forward to last week, and, we're all kind of concerned because it's oh yeah, for about 5 weeks, we thought the Liberal government, which is our right-leaning conservative in Australia, was going to win the federal election because we were having a cost of living crisis, housing wasn't being solved, all homeless. There was, despite crime going down overall, there was still people talking about youth crimes on the rise and what have you. So, there was this view that the conservative right called the liberal government would, get into power, and Peter Dutton is not exactly a really good option. He would have cut a number of Medicare benefits. He would have cut our schooling. He would have introduced nuclear power in areas when we were trying to move in towards renewables, which is a lot safer. And, it was all for the sake of like, oh, we need to be tough in our country and what have you. And it would have been like, yeah, but it would have been a fucking disaster. Fast forward, Labor Party won, and it wasn't like a small victory where it's like, oh, they were able to push back this time, and the Liberal government is probably gonna, win out in some states going forward. No, what actually happened was that it was a huge, huge victory for the Labor Party, which is our, center left. Not only did they beat out the Liberal Party, but they beat out Peter Dutton's seat. So not even Peter Dutton's area wanted Peter Dutton in the election. There is no liberal seating in Tasmania. So the number, like the 6 or 7 districts in Tasmania, there is no Liberal Party representation or Nationals. It's all Labor. It is so basically like Western Australia and Tasmania, like that's basically what it looks like for the rest of the country, is that it's strongly Labor government. Now they're still doing a count of the upper house, the Senate, and that's where there's a lot more seats, and that's where you get like the dishcloth and what have you. That's still going to go on for a little while, but it also looks like there that it's going to be a lot of Labor options and a lot of independents and smaller party left-leaning options entering into there. So, yay, we don't have to deal with liberal government and, pushing in some areas. The Greens aren't doing too well in the 3 places that they were in Queensland, and it looks like the Greens leader in Melbourne isn't going to get his seat either, which, is a little bit unfortunate, but there's also the fact that, like, historically speaking, a lot of Greens has been, like, there hasn't been a lot of scrutiny on the Greens actually accomplishing things. It was more of a case of the Greens are there sort of as a barometer of, oh, this is the far left. And the Labor needs to either work with the far left or work with the centralists. And, if you wanted to see, like, oh, Labor's too left-leaning, look to the Greens. There's someone farther left. Like, calm down. So, yeah, so we're not, hopefully in Australia, we're not going to have, like, every week or every month there's some news headline that's just going to be like, oh god, what's going on in Australia? Are we going to survive this? Like it's going off in the United States. And I'm really thankful for that. This is not how I thought my 30s were going to go down. What an unpleasant surprise. Yeah. So I'm kind of pleased that, like, there isn't going to be, like, a lot of, like, political upheaval and crazy news going off in Australia. We are going to have, like, some semblance of just calm and, like, not doing news headlines, like, every week because, Anthony Albanese wants to do something so controversial. Instead, I just have to, hear a little bit going off in America because I have friends that live there, I have family that live there, and we're only just crossed over 100 days, so we still have, like, we still have, like, 9/10 to go. So, yeah, so that's gonna be something. And hopefully my grandfather is gonna be A-okay and what have you. But yeah, should be good. I would not be able to go to TAFE under Dutton. Oh, there's that so... Yeah, like I said, Jason, health, education, there was going to be a lot of things that would be cut, and then there would be the fact that Dutton's like, oh, you want to get a house? Dip into your savings slash your superannuation, the superannuation that you're supposed to keep for retirement. The superannuation that isn't meant to be used for, like, immediate purchases. I am 100% not okay in Trump's America, Lamau. I don't think a lot of people are, and I think a lot of people are coming to terms with that. It's just really unfortunate that we're coming to terms with that, after an election, after 100 days of him in office and what have you. And it's not just, like, Donald Trump with, like, his executive orders. It's like, oh, the people Trump decides to bring in. It's the people that are running his immigration, it's the people running his health, it's the people running his education, it's the Doge department, which used to be like digital services or something, and then he turned it into Elon Musk's crazy thing. So I mentioned this during last year, like in November after the election. I pointed out that, like, you know, it's kind of crazy, and I feel really sorry for everyone there. When it comes to Republican or Trump supporters coming to reality of, like, oh, what's going on here? As much as it would be lovely to, like, just go, I told you so, and, you know, push them aside and be like, nah, you live with this fucking thing. I think it's really important that if you do have someone in your life that was, like, you know, thinking, oh, the conservative was the option, and now, you know, shit's hitting the fan, and they're kind of regretting their choices, don't hit them with the I told you so and eat shit. Have a little bit of empathy for them, because, like, if they're feeling bad about their options now, you have an in to be like, hey, I get what you're feeling, and, you know, let's talk about this. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! So, yeah, like, as tempting as it would be to just sort of see everyone that supported Trump as an evil person, the fact of the matter is that in the political system of the United States, that is not the case. It's not like in Australia, where if someone puts down Trumpet of Patriots #1, that you can easily, like, just sort of cut them out of your life. It's like, no. You've, like, their options were a Democratic option, which, you know, to most people living in Australia, doesn't, like, living in the States, you know, it's like, oh, it's kind of our least bad option, versus, you know, the Republican Donald Trump, where, yeah, to some people, it was a variance of, this is a really bad option, or it's so much better than where we're currently at right now. Like, that's how a lot of people view it. They don't view it, like, yeah, empathy. Please be empathetic. Do not do an I told you so, or tell them to eat shit, or kick them out of your lives. If there are people that are, like, conservative Republicans being like, I kind of regret my choices right now, and this is not what I wanted and such. What are we talking about this morning? We opened up with the Australian federal election, how the Labour Party has won the majority seats for the lower house. So we figured out who's running our government at, like, you know, the federal level and such, and it's going to be, like, another few days until we get through, like, the tablecloth, which tells us who's running the Senate. So who knows how that will go. Hopefully it'll go off, like, without too much of a hitch, so we'll see how it is. In the meantime, though, hopefully the sound doesn't, you know... Nope, cool, sound hasn't been going elsewhere. We are gonna go... We're gonna go to Mafia 3 now. It's past 9 o'clock. I feel like it's a good time to get started. I have good news for you, chat. Well, I say good news, but, you know how it is. Actually, cash and wallet, 15,000. So, yeah. Right, so I went, and I got the game on the PlayStation 5. Well, technically, it's a PlayStation 4 game, but you can play it on PlayStation 5. The game is not over yet. We've only just started. And the glorious game is not going through a... Oh, hang on. This glorious game is not going through, like, stuttering or what have you. Look at this shit. Although I don't know why my character is doing, like, a little bit of a stutter, because I'm not even playing this game. But yeah, like... It may not look, you know, PC perfect. Like, that's the benefit of the PC, is, like, you can run, like, at a slightly higher thingy-majiggy, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah. Did you always have a VIP badge? No. I've given it to you now. The reason I have given you the VIP is because I was having a discussion with Blue and Jack, and we found that, like, there was a number of people in my VIP role who have not actually communicated in a whiles. So I decided to say, fuck it, let me start applying it to a few people. So you'll notice Sir Dragon's got one, and you, Bookie, also have one. So yeah. Because, yeah, I don't have that many people chatting in my chat, and this seemed like, you know, it seemed like a good idea to actually go and fix up my roles. So yeah, there's about 20 people that used to be VIPs that I have since gone, nah. You've not been in my chats in a long time. We are now gonna go and, you know, do something else. Alright, also, I need a new car. Preferably one I don't have to break the window of. There should be one nearby. Yep, there's one with the top down. Common pike, nice. Alright. I'll need to turn off the radio, because, yeah, I don't want to mute my... So, yeah, I had to spend a bit of money, because this game, like, I got for free via Amazon Prime to go into my GOG, and, yeah, it was a stuttery mess. I wasn't enjoying it. I feel like it was definitely, like, slowing down my skills, it was slowing down the progression of the game. So, yeah, I then was like, you know, I went through, like, 20 different solutions on the PC, none of them were working to remove the problem, and it was either get the game on console and start playing it again to get back up to date, or, you know, get new hardware on the PC. I was not looking forward to getting new hardware for the PC because I don't want to do a Ship of Theseus thing with my PC anymore. I want to, you know, if I'm going to do a new PC, it's going to be a brand fucking new PC. Also, hi there, Sir Drake. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you, too. I hope you're having a wonderful time. So... it's May 5th right now, so... Alright, so where is the... I'm just picking up some whatsamahoozy, there we go. I'm picking up some fuses, so then that way when it gets to going to, like, the, you know, phone boxes and what have you, I don't have to, like, scrounge for them, like, once I find the junction box. It's like, no, I'm scrounging with them now, so then that way, if the day comes where I just need to use them all up, I can just, like, use them all up repetitiously and pick up any side things. But yeah, like, look at this shit. Like, do you see me having a moment of, like, oh no, like, how do I do the thing? It's like, nope. There's no stuttering I need to worry about. I can just play this game. Is Mafia 3 made by Rockstar? No, Mafia 3 was made by Hangar 13 under 2K, I believe. Communism reaches the stars. Oh my gosh. Even in our video games chat, we have to deal with political propaganda. For legal reasons, that's a joke. So Sir Dragon is a, let's see, 8% himbo, 74% bimbo. Nice work! 70% bimbo for Ironea Zach. Nice, nice. Everyone's just checking their himbo and bimbo ratings, I see. Alrighty. So...
now she got 2 balls.
I was doing a little bit of side stuff as well, like, ahead of time. And the reason why I did that is so then that way...
You done slowing work at the dock union? I'm surprised Tovetto's not out in the street and hunting you himself.
We are now... You're above average, okay. Yeah. Continuing will cause any remaining racket objectives to be removed. That's fine. I've done all the racket objectives.
Andy Toretto's down at the dock union, demanding to know who's been stopping his people from collecting dues.
Think you tipped off Greco to what's been happening?
Nah. Knowing Andy, he'd probably see Greco in the ground next to you if he could. But he's a lifer, and if he's got a job to do, he's gonna goddamn well do it. Bad fucking situation all around.
And it's about to get worse. Tell the boys they'll be back to work soon, Jock.
You pissed Toretto off just enough that he's back at the dock union. You're gonna have to deal with him.
Alrighty. So we've been dealing with like union, like, you know, strong arming peeps and what have you, so fucked around with some enforcers, got some trailers burnt down that was holding, excuse me, paperwork, so now we get to do the fun bit. Now we get to break into a place. Alright, let's have a look. Also,
Get someone out here to River Road for this cash.
Sure thing, Cher. Heading your way now.
I have way too much money, and there's a what's-a-mahoozy fella that can help me. Oh, they're all the way out there. Okay. Give me a minute. I need to go... I thought they would go down this side alley, but I guess the fuck not. L.A. Noire was the Mafia game you was thinking about. Yeah, L.A. Noire was done by, what's-a-mahoozies.
That shit's up. What the hell? Jesus Christ! Get this out of here!
On my way.
Yep.
Call me if you need me.
Just needed them to get rid of this money, so then that way I wasn't gonna die with it. And reinforcements have arrived, which means I have more people to deal with. Yeah! Oh my god, this game just looks more fun when you don't have the game like freezing on you every couple of minutes.
Fuck's sake! For pity's sake! Eyes on the asshole.
There we go.
Got nowhere to go! Assholes trying! For pity!
Let me just quickly... Yeah! Just hyper violence. That was an execution? Yeah, because that was like a brutal one as well. Alrighty. I just need to wait for this guy to come up the stairs.
We got ourselves!
There we go. Alrighty, now I should be able to deal with this guy. Now, can I take over him? Yep, I can recruit him.
You standing with him or me?
Fuck you. All right, I'm with you.
Vito will be happy to hear that.
Gotcha. Alright, extortion racket has been secured. But yeah, like, because we can do that, like, there's no stuttering, I'm able to just be like, yeah, let me just run in and just do nonsense and, you know, fucking whip the controller and what have you. It's fantastic.
The dock union's under control. Put some of you guys on it.
You took those fucks out, huh? Good job, pal. I'll send some guys to keep watch. Get the warehouse, and we get Greco. Easy as your mama's fucking pie.
So yeah. Do I have too many resources running right now? Probably. Memory usage. I am so close to getting...
Today, I'm sure the file on Vito's skeleton is about 3 feet thick, but that wasn't always the case.
Yeah.
Hoover didn't even acknowledge the Mafia existed until 1957, so we weren't really keeping tabs on guys like Vittorio Scaletta till after that. Now, we know he served in World War II and did a 6-year stint in prison for theft and illegal distribution of federal rations. It's generally believed he was a made member of the Falcone family in Empire Bay, though he's also a suspect in the death of Don Carlo Falcone. Now, if he did kill the Don, Vito must have had friends in high places because he was allowed to live. He was exiled, though, and forced to relocate down here, and the commission convinced Sal Marcano to make Vito a lieutenant and give him some rackets.
No performance issues is always a positive. Yeah, that's like, this is why when it comes to like me trying to figure out whether or not it's worth sticking to AMD CPU and such like that is not because of the performance, not because of like the performance level. Because yes, when you look at the charts, the AMD CPUs, especially their X3D range, they are king of PC gaming. And the reason why is because they're like on the same graphics cards on the Intel side, they do better in the PC games. Like the L3 cache is so much bigger on X3D CPUs as opposed to like the Intel CPUs. But the areas that Intel, up until this point I should add, were normally like a lot of people's choices is because they were an industry standard in stability. AMD has had blips and blobs of like, oh, you know, performance might be pretty decent, but you would also run into weird quirks while running with production software. There'd be crashes, vulnerabilities. The FX series, before AMD's Ryzen stuff, AMD's FX was an absolute shit show in terms of stability and compatibility. Intel was like, there's a reason why Intel's like I series, like the Intel Core, like, you know, for a long while was everyone's, you know, choice and such. It was then getting into hot water trouble because they were trying to do die shrinks and they couldn't get past like a certain point. I think it was around about the 10 series, the 9 or 10 series, that they were honestly struggling. So instead of it being a die shrink followed by a systems update, it was a die shrink, systems update. And then optimization. And then optimization again. People were like, oh, what's going on? Is the Moore's Law broken or something? But, you know, now we're over into a different system of Intel Core, where instead of going with like i5, i13, i14 kind of thing, it's now like a different naming scheme, and it's not worthwhile, especially in games. But I'm gonna be frank with you. CPUs are not the biggest deciding factor, because here's the thing, is everyone's benchmark of like testing the Intel and AMD CPUs is when it's like, oh, you're running a 5090 as well. And they're only able to do like some of the checks on CPU intensive games such as Singularity and what have you, where quite frankly, once you get over like 60 frames a second, it's not really important, because the CPU tasks are not like a crazy difference between 1080p, 1440p, and 4K. So there is a part of me where, like, you know, I want to wait like another generation or two, and we'll see where Intel is going from there. Because Intel has actually been doing crazily well with their GPU lineup. They're not perfect, but considering that they are, you know, doing like a decent fight with AMD and GeForce in the lower spectrum end, who knows where Intel CPUs are going to go? And I know that they've had a bit of a controversy most recently because of their blah 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 blah. I know they've had a little bit of a controversy with their most recent like vulnerabilities and such, because some of them have been like there since like Intel i10 or like Intel 10th generation era and what have you. But like, the benefit of hardware is avoiding year-by-year turnover. We do not need year-by-year turnover in the consumer market. Year-by-year turnover is only important for people that are, like, in the tech industry, where they want the latest and greatest. But if you're just playing video games or doing streaming, you can get away with gear that is 3 to 5 years old. Like, I'm running on a 3090 right now, and that shit is still gonna be good for at least another year, either on my video games, or on my 3D, or on my streaming, especially since I'm only playing video games that are, like, more often than not, older than a year. Having said that, I am definitely going to be playing Split Fiction and South of Midnight this week, which are much newer games, but, you know, let's ignore that blemish and remind ourselves that on my to-do list is BioShock 2 and Devil May Cry and what have you. Oh, there's this issue. Okay, so this happens sometimes. You can call the hit squad to provide backup when you're out in the field. To call the hit squad selected from the waypoint menu. This is a problem this is a new problem, but thankfully it has like a really quick fix where, technically speaking, if you look in the bottom right, you can see my character is moving and what have you, but it's still in this weird view here. The quickest way to fix that is to just reload the checkpoint. This happens sometimes, but I'm gonna be real with you, I would much prefer that problem as opposed to stuttering every 2 minutes, because that's a problem that will pop up like once every half hour or something like that. The stuttering was happening like almost as often as a minute. And yeah, I didn't like that at all. Where is that guy? There was a person in my streams last week who was a really big fan of the Mafia trilogy. Where are they? I'm playing this game. I thought they would absolutely enjoy this. Cause also I need to find like a round of applause, like what's-a-mahoozy thing. You know how you play those TV shows, like the sitcoms, and then, you know, a celebrity walks in, like Brad Pitt pops up in Friends, or George Clooney, and because it's a live studio audience, you just have to, you know, wait like a couple seconds because someone is just like, wow, yeah! I wanna get that sound file, so then that way, like, you know, the next time someone's, like, you know, doing an exclamation point of, yes, it's this person, I want to be able to, like, just hit the sound file that goes, like, woo, yeah, and all that. So, yeah. But no, look at us. Look at this. We don't have to deal with stuttering. It's just smooth. It's fast. We're moving around. Alright, where's my car? Alright, here it is. Hop in. Alright. The next mission is this one, the River Road Contraband.
This is New Bordeaux News. A white resident of South Downs was questioned by police in the shooting deaths of 2 colored men this evening. Witnesses say that South Downs resident Hollis Dupree was involved in an altercation with Lamont Harris, 24, and Trey McCall, 25, ending with the shooting of the 2 young men. Police released Mr. Dupree on his own recognizance after he claimed to act in self-defense when the 2 victims trespassed on his front porch.
Oh.
Witnesses claim the 2 men, recently returned from tours in Vietnam, were seeking help with a flat tire.
Jesus Christ. Yep, that sounds about on par for what was happening in the 60s.
For sale or rent. Rooms to let 50 cents. No phone, no pool, no pets. Ain't got no...
Alrighty. Let's go talk to this fella. So yeah, so we were like burning down like rum barrels and such for this one.
Anybody follow you?
But yeah, overall.
He's rattled. Scared of
fun.
Greco. Terrified of you. Heard he started sleeping at the warehouse. It's the only place he feels safe.
Knows.
Good. Means I have an easier time getting my hands on him.
Once he's taken care of, we'll move in. Vito will turn things around. You'll see. That poor fucker Roy's back at the warehouse. Do what you gotta do.
Alrighty. Also, I'm not using like the DLC guns and such like that came in, like Judge, Jury, Executioner. Many of them have like a silencer on it.
Newsflash.
I'm gonna be real. this game is still fun without the silenced weapon. Because if I use the silenced weapons, it's a little... I feel like it's a little bit cheeky. Because it's like, oh yeah, stealth portions in a game that is not enthusiastic about stealth becomes so much easier. Like, the stealth system in here is, like, minorly added in and such. There isn't, like, a lot of stuff in place to be like, oh, let's add challenges to stealth. Especially since this game can be definitely bested with a silenced weapon. Alrighty. So... I'm kind of familiar with the layout of this place, and I know where we can go to get a flak jacket to give us, you know, a little bit of extra what's-a-macoozy. And bam! God damn, they're everywhere.
Come a lot quicker. Assuming the man hitting us don't sneak in here and cut your goddamn throat. Maybe you should worry about that.
Alright, do we want to go with guns? Hi there, Big DJ. Welcome to the stream. Now, do I want to go guns blazing? Because I have the Lupetta, which is a fucking, you know, sawn-off shotgun, and a trench rifle. Lunatic Italian brothers are ready to lay down some hurt for you. Ooh. Alright, hang on. Let's have a legitimate think here. Oh wait, hang on. Oh. Alright, we're going in loud, gentlemen. There we go. And there we go. We're going in loud, gentlemen.
This boy is mine.
And brutal executions. I don't need to be this brutal, but fuck it.
You gotta get yours.
I just need to hold down O to do like, yeah, executions.
I ain't going out like that. God damn, that hurts.
Let's see. Yeah. There is no need for me to be this violent in 1960s. But this is an opportunity to exact some vengeance. Yo, what's up, Matt? Let's see, do you give us a live or die option? Yeah, you do.
Make things good again for you, Roy. Join my crew.
Great.
Now, the only way I can do that is because of doing the wiretapping and shit. So, if I didn't have the wiretapping, I think the only way we get, like, we can deal with that guy is by killing him. So, yay! We get ourselves another marker, and we can get our health increased. Alright. Ring, 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 ring.
Guys to secure the smuggling operation at the warehouse.
I'll send them over. And Lincoln, just cause Greco's a dipshit doesn't mean he's a pushover.
Ooh, there's retaliation squads.
Try and take you out. So watch your ass. Get your hands on Greco and rough him up all you want, but don't kill him. That's for me.
Ooh, okay. Alright. Also, every time I hear Greco, I'm thinking of Gordon Greco from Wall Street. Or whatever the movie is called. I haven't seen the film. Maybe I should? Because, you know, it's got, what's Mahoozy in it. So, might be a worthwhile film. Also, let's see. Do we get the glitch again?
I was in the 3rd Platoon Company C of the 614 Tank Destroyer Battalion during World War II.
Happy Easter, Adolf.
I trained as a medic, but I still carried a gun. Every man in our company was black. Army didn't know what to do with us other than they didn't want us fighting with the white men. Klimbach was that little
Why am I getting notifications?
French town up there near the border with Germany, and we were ordered to take it.
No.
Krauts took out 3 of the 4 anti-tank guns we had. But there was no way in hell we were letting them get the better of us. We were determined to show we was just as good, if not better, than every other soldier in the service. I don't like talking about medals I got over there. Only way a man survives something like that is through the grace of God. Doesn't seem right celebrating a little piece of tin. No one knows I helped Lincoln except for you and John Donovan. Not that I'm keeping it a secret, mind you. Just that nobody ever came around and asked about it.
No one thought to ask the priest that was like, you, who is very influential in the black neighborhood, are you helping this black man that is, you know, causing havoc across all the different mafia families? You've taken one of the district, go after the other ones to draw out the lieutenant, take over the district. Conquering and assigning districts to your underbosses unlocks higher level favors and services. Nice. And once again, oh, we got to meet up with Vito over here. And load checkpoint once again. What was the name of that guy from last week's stream? Like, I am honestly, like, really curious now. Like, maybe I'll find them again? Let's see. If I go to... So if I go to my stream, I then go to the videos, I then go to recent broadcasts. There should be a broadcast for... Yep, there's Mafia 3. And if I skip ahead a little bit... Disturbed Demons. Okay. Someone keep an eye on Disturbed Demons. Also, actually, while I'm here, a round of applause. Like, hang on a second. There's gotta be... Actually, I'll use Opera GX, so then that way you can see it. Because I'm gonna make a round of applause, button. Not button, but like a Discord thing. Round of applause. Sound. Let's see. Also, why? All right, that one can. Sitcom audience cheering. All right, so we got Nickelodeons. We got. All right, that one works. All right, we're gonna go with that one. That one seems like an appropriate one to use. And then we use their... So, now you get to see how... Now you get to see how the sausage is made, so to speak, in my little universe. So, we go for an audio download of the highest quality, saving it into videos. Remind me later about that version. We paste the link in there, and it will do the parsing and what have you. And let us see. It's retrieving the information. Hopefully I don't actually have to update the What's-A-Mahoozy thing. It's retrieving the information now, so hopefully it shouldn't have a problem. This one is honestly a good one as well. So we'll grab that one as well. All right, let's not get caught up in the... Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Meeps. Welcome to the stream. Also, great work on getting referenced by Ritz Barretta. That was a fucking amazing piece. I wish I could share it on stream, but unfortunately, there's like, you know, What Insomnia, absolutely love the Bull artist. They do some amazing work and what have you. Their titties are out, and they got some very prominent nipples, and you can almost see their cock. So, unfortunately, I can't share that nonsense. Also, why is 4K not... You know what? I'm probably going to have to check for updates, and I'm going to have to let it install the update, because it probably is, like, fixing some YouTube nonsense. And then it's extracting it, and so it's... Biggins not safe for work. That is true. The Inbiggins is not safe for work. Also, Meeps, I have fixed the redeem. For 717 cheers, or 500 bits, or 7,175 bits. There's a number of different bits, or 8,008. These titties can grow. Alrighty, hang on a second. Is it gonna let me do the thing? Yes. Alright, let's see. It's installing. I'm trying to get a round of applause thingy-majiggy because of, like, Disturbed Demons doing the thingy-majiggy, so... Stream Deck, hang on, ding. I'll explain it another... later. What was the number? So... let me also double-check... Before you send the bits, I should probably also double-check that I have, like, actually... Ding, dong, dong, and yeah, so it's those. And then if I go and check Vignon, thank you for the peck dance, Fizz, welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you're using clever usage of the Himbo cam. If I double check my node graph and I go over to, I think I put it into, is it in the outfits or is it in the defaults? It's not in the outfits. Is it in the hotkey alternatives? Yes, it's in the hotkey alternatives. Cool. Yep, it's there as the thingy-madiggy. Alrighty, awesome. Ding dong. Also, that's a pretty cool Tanuki emotes. God damn, I need more emotes. I need to get different emotes, and I know
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties?
Bruh.
My super stuffed up milkies?
This is a long video,
my
I will be real with you. I probably
doinky
need to, like, you know,
my fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper...
alright. Ding, dong. So, ding. Go with this one first, and then go with this one second. Let's see if it receives the critical information. Also, how dare you steal my shirt, Savage? You need to get emotes in general, to be honest. Same. You and I, we need to get things. Alright, I'll close these things, because I don't need them right now. Alright, you can take more health now that you've gained another health thingy-majiggy. Excellent. So now we need to go and meet Video. Meeps! Thank you for giving it to Zephyr. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. They don't have to deal with the advertisement that pops up, and they get to use the cool emotes that I have for now. Oop. Oh my god, such an amazing album. This game has so many good songs, and unfortunately, many of them are copyright restricted, so get ready for, if this VOD ever goes onto YouTube, I'm just gonna have a dozen songs that are like, yep, nope, you can't play that. Alrighty. Is this where Vito is? It's been a while. Savage, welcome, welcome.
Greco's in that building at the end of the block.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of whoas in there. Probably face down a pussy right now.
You got any muscle with him?
Yeah, a couple of meatheads. I'll go around the front, you take the back. He tries to run, grab his ass. Nobody kills that prick but me. Fuck.
Oh.
Those are Marcano's guys.
Ooh.
Cocksucker. Come on, back to the car, you drive. I'll cover us.
Nah.
Fuck, get that little prick gets away. Ha! Ha!
Fuck you, Greco. And of course, they hit us with a good song.
Is that... How the fuck did Greco end up with my car?
He's a little fuck, that's how.
God damn it. Why don't you just let Marcano handle this jackass?
Marcano would just kill the little shit stain. I want to take my time. Besides, until I can get at Marcano directly, this is the next best goddamn thing.
Point taken.
Go back to Sal. Tell him he's done fucking Vito Scaletta.
Oh, okay, so... Oh, Jesus! Fuck! I forgot I had, like, slow... Oh! Sup, Greco? You ain't looking too hot.
Fuck! Fuck, god damn it! The fuck are you?
Let's get him the fuck out of here. The cops are closing in.
God, I love Vito. He was a good character in Mafia 2. I'm glad we're seeing him. I am still curious what the fuck has happened to his pal Joe.
Code 35, suspicious person in vehicle.
Uh-oh.
Responding unit in
Oh, if it's not one thing, the fucking cops are on our ass.
What happened?
You crossed the wrong motherfucker, that's what happened. Now shut the fuck up!
Alrighty.
You don't know who you're messing with, you baby fucking sons of bitches! Assholes! You're so impossibly fucked right now!
Nice. I'm glad that I can shoot out of the car.
Let me go!
Unfortunately, I don't have a pistol, so this is going to be made a little bit more difficult. Now, hopefully, they got fucking stupid.
Cops are still on us. Lose them, Lincoln.
Yeah, what do you think I'm trying to do?
You don't know who you're messing with, you baby fucking sons of bitches! Assholes! You're so impossibly fucked right now!
Yeah, so I hear.
Attention all units. Suspect spotted in South Downs.
You don't know you'd be involved in this Vito, you cocksucker!
Settle down back there, kiddo.
There we go.
Ride will be over soon.
I only have 2 bullets left, so...
All units, negative visual on suspect. Begin search in immediate vicinity.
Back to your place.
Yeah. Pull around to the chum shack in the back.
Ah!
As for you, have a little dignity. Christ.
Gotta lose the police again.
All units, suspect sighted in River Row.
Just need to find a way to lose them.
hard decisions. Decisions that would limit his options.
I need to go piss. I am so sorry. Before we get further into this casino side plot, or who knows, this might be the main plot, is us just fucking over Sal Malcano before he gets his casino, so that we get the casino. I need a piss. Alright, I'm back. Let's resume this. Oh, Georgie,
I'm
you
telling
fuck.
you, we make twice as much bread moving heroin as we would from a stupid fucking casino. Maybe 3 times.
This ain't about the money.
You're joking, right? All I ever heard from you is, don't give me that goddamn excuses, you understand? You pay me what's fucking owed!
You think this is a game, son? And it's my fault for playing along with you. For not setting you straight. But it's not a game. This shit wears on you, grinds you down. I ain't had a decent night's sleep in 43 years. And then after Lucho, shit.
But hey, we got the cocksuckers who did that. Every last one of them.
Yeah, and your uncle's still dead, ain't he? Yeah. You think sitting in that chair makes you special, huh? Somehow puts you above all the bullshit. But it's the opposite. All it does is paint a giant goddamn bullseye on your forehead. There's a price to be paid for all this, you understand? And I'm tired of paying it. Mainly, I'm worried I'm gonna get a phone call telling me you're dead in a gutter somewhere.
What do you expect me to do, huh? Work the front door? Glad hand folks as they come on in, maybe give them a quick slap on the ass?
You'll run it with me. And here, after a few years, after I know everything's settled down, you'll take over. Find yourself a nice woman. Give me some fucking grandkids.
You're him, aren't you? Lincoln Clay.
Vito asked me to come see you.
He wants our guys to do double the runs. Double the runs means double the chances of running into the Coast Guard.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna be too much help dealing with them.
So I will deal with those hijos de la gran puta.
No idea what she
I need
said
someone
at
to
the
keep
end
the
there.
warehouses full. Keep the money coming in.
How much we talking?
Enough to make it worth your troubles. You're gonna be hitting trucks for the contraband.
Seems simple enough. I'll let you know when I get the first truck.
You didn't just save his life, you know? You brought him back. The real Vito. What I mean is, I haven't seen this Vito in a really long time. And I don't want him to go back to the way he was.
You got something to say, I'ma just say it.
What's gonna happen next? You need him, and you need us now. So you give Marcano the fucking he deserves. Is it back in the freezer again?
No.
Would you believe me if I say no?
No, I don't think so. But I believe very few people these days. And if Vito said this is the way things are, that's how they are. If you see any of Greco's men out there, you should deal with them. It will make it easier for us to conduct business.
Yeah. Sounds good. Don't know how to do these.
Some French shipments out there. Go bust up some heads and bring it back here. I'll take it from there.
Here's the thing, is that there are, like, this one has side missions as well. Keep an eye on the incoming weed deliveries behind the old church. It's like, don't know how else I will do. So that's the collection. This is the journal. Then we've got assets between Cassandra, Vito, Vito's Lieutenant Alma Diaz, Emmanuel Lazie. And so far, we've killed 1, 2, and we got a third to go. Take the weed, airdrop, and deliver it to a friendly racket. The Dixies wants a truck full of stolen electronics stashed in the bayou. Take it from them. Oh my! Oh, okay. So that's where it is. Okay. Oh, and then Donovan's got something for me, and then James has got something for me. All right. So talking to Burke is to convince him about that thingy-madiggy, and then that one's all the way down there. All right, let's go talk to Donovan, because he's the closer of the two. Let's see what the CIA has to say. Also, why in the does the CIA just have like a whole ton of people that are like in this managerial position where they're like, yeah, we don't give a fuck what our agents do, just so long as it's, you know, for the, you know, the benefit of the United States, for international power. Yep, this is about radio. Slip through there. Alrighty, John, what do you got?
Who we shooting?
Didn't you hear? We're about to find ourselves in the middle of a race war.
I'm sorry, what?
I think I'll be alright.
Hey, with this fucking rifle, I'm Wild Bill Hickok. So, How's the Padre handling all this? You know, the bloody path of mayhem and revenge you've embarked upon?
Still not happy about it. Thinks you're most likely the devil.
You know, I had a look at his service record. Oh, settle down. I was just curious. He was a medic, but he saw action at Klimbaugh with the 614th. He was credited with taking out 2 Kraut tanks on top of the 16 men he shot. A lot of killing for a would-be priest.
That was different. It was during a war.
And this isn't? Look, I'm just saying, we didn't win that war by worrying about hurting someone's feelings. We won it by bombing the Krauts and Nips back to the Stone Age. Padre'd be wise to remember that.
Yeah, maybe. I'll catch you later.
It's also an unfair assessment because
You're not still
that was in a
about me
foreign
looking
country
into
where
the
everyone
Padre,
else
are
was
you?
already fighting them as well.
Don't tell me you weren't at least a little cute. I'm betting Scaletta was happy to see you.
Alright, so he's an easy conversation. Alright. Next up is our guy up here in the French ward. What does Father James have to say?
Rock-throwing protesters wrought havoc throughout Paris's Latin Quarter yesterday. Police were forced to use tear gas to scatter the Bastille Day demonstrators. The annual holiday celebrates the storming of the notorious prison during the French Revolution. This is the first public disturbance in Paris since June, when the police battled with student protesters occupying the Sorbonne.
Never mind. God, I'm loving this game. I'm loving that I'm not having, like, you know, just freezes and breaks going off like every couple of minutes. I just really am appreciating this. I'm so glad like I can have the PlayStation do that. I probably should use the PlayStation more for like streaming games and what have you, frankly. Because it means that there's less resources being utilized on my PC for, you know, doing all this stuff. And, you know, the likelihood of older games, like, you know, quote-unquote older games, like, the possibility of older games, like, having a bit of a shitstorm, and, like, you know, freezing on my PC and crashing is far less. Because, yeah, that's, like, the point of the consoles, is that they're all the same hardware, so people will, you know, make them work as strongly as they can within the limits of the hardware.
What I'm hearing on the radio. What you doing?
You knew how it was gonna go down. I sat right there and told you.
Maybe I'm just realizing there's a difference between hearing about something in the abstract and seeing it splash across the front page in a newspaper.
You didn't think I'd go through with it?
I don't know. I knew. I knew as soon as you regained consciousness. I could see it. I look at you, I see who you were. A little boy who didn't have much, but who also wasn't angry about it. A little boy who shared, who laughed, who just enjoyed being. I wonder what happened to him.
He finally realized how things work.
Is that so?
How many times was the orphanage vandalized by rednecks? How many times do we have to drive around asking restaurants for their leftovers because we didn't have nothing else to eat?
Did we have to deal with racist assholes? Sure. But whenever they did something, folks come around and help us. White, black, Baptist, Lutheran, you name it. You know how all you boys got new jackets on Christmas? Those came from an old white woman, a Calvinist.
I have no idea what a Calvinist is.
If all you ever look for is evil, it's all you ever gonna see.
I gotta go.
I never wanted this for you, Lincoln. I wanted you to have a good life. I wish I had the words to turn you away from this path, son. God help me, I wish I did.
Hopefully nothing bad happens to him. Alright, we've got a new mission up here at Point Verdun. We gotta go help out that guy. Burke is his name. Irish guy that used to actually run Point Verdun. But then it got taken and given to someone else, so now we're picking him up from a drunk... Excuse me, we're picking him up from a bar. Let me just really quickly... Because I am at least within the neighborhood. Here we go. This will, you know, show off some of the areas, and then if there's any rackets that we can take over without killing the person, that will be an option for us.
I don't care what they say. The butcher's a fucking teddy bear. Sweetest guy you'll
Clumsy
ever
of me.
Alright, in the car we go. And I didn't run over anyone at that point. Good for me. Oh. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And... Duffy's Irish Bar, established in 1903. Oh, damn, you've been around for a while, haven't you? Oh, there he is.
Burke.
Been a while.
Lincoln Clay. Jesus Christ on the cross. Now, it's in everything. Heard you were dead.
Been hearing that a lot.
The fuck do you want?
Came here to make you a business proposition.
Is that so?
I'm going after Marcano, his brothers, anyone else that's associated with him.
You want my help?
Way I see it, once we deal with Barbieri, you get Point Verdun back. After that, we can discuss what happens to the rest of the city.
Cookie for Sky. Here's your pixelated cookie.
Did you see it? Got me. From where I'm standing, I'm not seeing much of a difference between then and now.
You listen, you listen, God, you fuck. Danny was so burned up, the coroner wouldn't let me get a last look. If anyone's killing that fucking Marcano, it's me.
Unless Marcano's hanging around one of these dive bars, I don't think he has too much to worry about.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. You got more stones in the legs than you there are fucking off. A fucking ingrate. Coming to your question, me. You and your kind, you caught and run at the first sign of trouble. You always have, you always will.
Drive like a madman. Burke needs convincing that you're serious.
Sit your ass back down. We going for a ride.
What the Christ you think you're doing?
You were bragging about your stones, so I figured we'd take a little ride. See who cracks first, the Chalky or the Mick. Picked the wrong man to call out.
Holy mother, Harambara Jarek!
I don't know what he said then.
You're getting me all chopped up now, Chalky.
Crash. No. You lose thingy-majiggies when you crash into cars. You want to just have near misses.
Bryce, you're gonna make the piss come out of me, Jobs, eh?
Sunday. 180 mile an hour top fuel drag says top fuel funny cars.
There we go.
Box the clocks already. I got drinking to do. Pull over here. Nah, get the fuck out of my ride. Stop by me shop. We got talk business there.
Awesome. We got him sorted. Although, where the fuck is my ride now? I got no car! Oop, hang on. Thank you. And we got a new story mission. A nation once again. But I need a ride. Nope. Here's a parking lot.
Time for y'all to hear what the Hollers got to say. This is the Holler Speaks. And tonight we talking about this phrase I keep hearing people throwing around. Race war. What's really going on? Are we talking about a war of words? Or are we talking about boots on the back? We got people out there talking about how this war is coming down the line. That it's inevitable. White folks are really concerned about this. But here's the thing all them scared motherfuckers don't realize is they sit in their homes, trembling in fear of crazy black man. This war, this race war, has been going on for 400 years. Started the moment some white boy decided to fill his ship with black folk and drag them across the ocean. Over the years, they destroyed families, raped women, murdered children, mutilated folk. If that ain't war, then I'll be goddamn.
Huh?
Found him! Need to reload! Found... Oof. Oof.
Yeah!
Surprise, motherfucker!
Nice try.
So much blood.
Yeah, I don't fucking miss.
So much blood. Look at all the blood.
There we go. Jump off that. Oh, I see. He's behind the wall that I'm trying to do this stuff in. Yeah, I see him now.
You got no fucking idea. Shot is fucking shot. I don't care what those cold asses in the bayou.
Asshole bolted. Maybe now I can get some peace and goddamn quiet.
No, you can't. Oh! So fucking brutalizing. Just hitting him with the fucking buck of the rifle, just being like. And that was not even like, you know, a like, you know, two hands just going like bonk with the butt like you see in films. That is a fucking baseball throw of a bunt. Alright. Bolster that. We grab this. And let's go have a conversation with Buck.
To all you white folk listening, I will will say this. Take the time today to consider which side of history you gonna fall on. Take the time while you got it. Because you know when the holler speaks, you better listen.
Trying to get past the midweek hump? Come after the French Ward. It's your Uncle Lou Marcano here, letting you know that every night is the weekend in the French Ward, home of the 4 o'clock happy hour. That's right. Historic landmarks like the Mystic and the 800 Club will be offering discount drink specials Monday through Thursday, every week. Can you believe that? And if you see me out and about, just say hello.
Sparks, iron, and metal. Alright, Burke, what you got?
What's the sound then?
Tell me about Barbieri.
Barbieri?
He's running your place, isn't he?
He's a right fucking cunt. I can tell you that much.
You know what I'm asking, Burke. Give me something I can use.
Barbieri's running Splow out of the Sweetwater Distillery.
Splow?
Painter's piss. White mule. Alley gin. Poachine. Moonshine. You ignorant fuck. Christ, what kind of booze you people drink over there in Darkyville?
Kinda's not called painter's piss.
Boy, you ain't lived. Set the whole thing up myself. And that gunny fuck comes in and takes it from me.
This guy is racist
Smashes
as
me knee all
fuck.
to hell. Barbieri's gonna suffer. You hear? Dies. Slow.
What else has he got besides the distillery?
I runs that old Robert O. slaughterhouse. He's doing more in there than cutting a lean ribeye. Drags in there. That's the end of you.
I'll do the heavy lifting on this, Burke.
Uh-huh.
But once Barbieri's dead, I'm counting on you to step up.
I'll do more than step up. I'll either be running this whole damn town or burning it to the ground. But honest, it'll make a whole lot of difference to me either way. A nation, come on, once again. A nation once again. And Ireland long, a province be a nation once again.
Oh, vehicle deliveries. You can get a new ride brought to us. Nice. You can call the vehicle delivery service, unlock new cars for your garage by dealing with Marcanos, lieutenants, and capos. Awesome. I am going to get that cool thingy me. Nikki Burke? Oh my god. Are we just... Is there just a whole fucking family here? Thank you. Grab that. Alright, so... He's not too far away. Oh, he's literally right there. Okay. I thought it was going to be a bit more driving, but never mind. It's fine. Ooh, another one.
Lincoln, over here.
Oh, Nikki as in a woman, Nikki.
Surprised to see you, Nikki.
I know what you're planning on doing, and I couldn't just sit here and watch my old man send you out half-cocked. Fuck.
Well, your dad's never been much for details.
Yeah, what he didn't tell you is that the man running the Sweetwater Distillery is named Carl Bevers. Hard-ass, country asshole. His family runs the shine through the business, sells it to local shops.
Bevers ever let on to where he keeps his stills?
He's got brains enough to move things around. Rumor is he's got a map hid somewhere for his drivers.
Something like that could come in handy. Maybe I'll convince one of his men to tell me where it is.
Hey, we've got another man, goes by the name of Bear, keeping an eye on the meatpacking plant. You should go see him.
I'll do that. Thanks for the help.
Anytime, Lincoln. You want to know what Bevers is up to, you're gonna have to get at some of his people.
Alright. Let's have a look. We got a lot of options. A lot of options. Big great customized from your valet service. Talk to Bear, that's for the protection. Ooh, okay, so we've got interrogating bootleggers and killing enforcers. Let's go kill some enforcers. This is what the experience is going to be like for several of our missions. Because the thing that's being told to me is that due to the open world format that Mafia 3 has gone for, which is way more open world than what Mafia 2 was, and definitely Mafia 1 Definitive Edition, we're going to be repeating this kind of gameplay loop a lot.
Evangeline Downs Racetrack was raided early this
I
month
know this
by
place.
State Police and Louisiana Racing Commission agents. They arrested and confiscated illegal instruments and a wide assortment of drugs that are allegedly used in the doping of racers.
Not.
All units, report of a colored male brandishing a firearm in Irish Point.
Don't you know
Up to
you're...
you if you want to check it out.
Okay, I'm gonna need to get out of here at some point.
You gonna get your...
Scene officers engaging with suspect. Respond with caution. Suspect considered armed and dangerous. Backup is inbound. Responding units. Visual contact with suspect lost.
There we go.
Don't be afraid, I wanna prove every word I say.
All units be advised. Suspect located. On-scene units engaging.
Ah! Alright, next guy. We get rid of the enforcers first, and we give ourselves a lot more fun. Hi there, Atomica. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome.
All units, negative visual on suspect. Begin search in immediate vicinity.
Pretty little thing, let me light the counter called Mama, I'm sure.
Where the hell did he get to?
Ain't too many of us left.
Easy. Oh, there's still one of you alive. Okay. Nice. Violence won't solve everything, but oh my goodness.
All units, pursuit is called off. Abandon search and return to patrols. Repeat, pursuit is called off. Abandon search and return to patrols.
Oh shit, you're still alive. Well, not anymore. Alrighty. And knock it. How's it going, Atomica? You doing good? Ah, okay, I have no idea what's going on here. Alright, Moonshine. Steal the map to the moon. The map is the only chance you get at finding the camps and getting to all the dough they've converted there. Yep, cool. Sounds good. Oh, okay, he's literally right there. And there's a jukebox over here we can be hacking to make our lives just a little bit easier. There it is. I'll tell you what, chat. I'm down to like 95.75 kilos. I am really close to getting out of the obese category and only in the overweight. I don't want it to be like, you know, oh, I'm just, you know, at the line, like 29.9 or anything like that. But despite how close I am to the line of like obese and overweight, I do, like, I so want to do a burger. I want to try the Tennessee beef from McDonald's. But I know that if I go for it, it's like, it is definitely outside of a lot of like the calorie restrictions and such, and it's like definitely going to be for a cheat day. But right now, my Tuesday is my cheat day because of trivia. So it's tempting to do it today as like a lunch or, yeah, lunch, not dinner. Tempting to do it as like a lunch thing and then have the youth foods for dinner because that one there is definitely like calorie restrictive and what have you. But I also don't want to like ruin my chances of like, you know, getting to the like the proper point of like, you know, no longer obese kind of stuff. All right, more money, thank you. All right, let's go up a floor. And who knows, maybe the Tennessee barbecue will actually be disappointing, in which case that kind of ruins my cheat day. Because right now I am really enjoying like the trivia night at Parkview and what have you. Awesome, we found that. Got a tac vest. All right, let's have a look. So we got plenty of. So we got both enforcers killed, so that's where the moonshine is going. Alright, let's head up to here to interrogate the bootleggers, because there's also the jukebox. Oh, actually. Yeah, we're gonna...
Your cut.
Nice try. Just... none of them is ever ready.
Now they're selling this drink mix the astronauts supposed
Gonna have to ask you to leave.
They're never ready. Oh, there's money I can... Oh wait, no, this is the moonshine business, so yeah, of course, there's gonna be... Like, I'm probably gonna visit this moonshine place again at some point in the future. So, let's get out of here. Where is the exit to this place? Yeah, fuck it, let's make this painful for anyone.
We got nothing for you. Time's up.
Okay, he might have been a civilian, but at least we didn't kill him.
Huh? Hey, got nothing for you. Hey!
There we go.
I got a gator who loves color boys. Time to die, asshole! Fire him! Fire him now!
Nice try. Stand proud, white man. You are strong. More money. Oh yeah, health kit, because it's always good having a health kit. There we go. And let's see, can we go up a level? There's got to be a way to get up to a level from here. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to go up the level from the long way, so we go up here first.
Goddamn.
Yeah! God, this is just lovely fun, isn't it? God damn, this place just winding left and right, isn't it? Thank you for the money. No, don't bald me, Sir Dragon! Alrighty, is this the outside? Yes, it is the outside. There we go. Any more cash? No. Alright. Now let's try and get out of this place. However the fuck that happens. Why is it so difficult? Why are booze, like, you know, places so difficult to get out of? Like, goddamn. How did I get here in the first place? Ooh, hello, money. Thank you. Maybe through here? Yeah, I think it was through here. Alright, and then jump over that. And then, yep, there we go. Now we're out. Alrighty, so we got that guy for an interrogation, but let's get to the jukebox. That way, if the interrogation gives us the option... Oh, hi there, Mama Bear! Welcome to the stream! Heck, it's the Zeebs. Heck, it's a big panda! Hi, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing alright. If any of my moderators are in the what's-my-hoozy in the chat, can we please give a shout-out to Mama Bear Baiju, please? She is a wonderful big bear, and she does streaming as well. And she was playing, like, The Last Ronin, like, a long time ago, and I'm wondering, like, what it is she's been playing right now. How is it? My body is a pain. Oh, I am so sorry to hear. I am doing fairly okay. I had this game for free on PC, but it was stuttering like mad. I got so upset with it that I decided I was gonna play it on a console, which is what I did.
Would you pay us to say some extra
hello.
That thing seemed right. Pretty fucking simple when you...
There we go. Get rid of you. And then get rid of you.
I'll put you down. Got her. Over here. I'll take my time with you.
Hyper violence. There we go. Yep. There we go. Give me my money. There we go. And then there's another jukebox we need to go for, which is all the way up there. But yeah, you just got back from Washington, D.C., and you had a lot of drama, had a heat stroke, and now sunburnt, but drama is done, and I'm still at home. Oh, you're here at home. Excellent. I actually have family in, Virginia. One of them is a docent for the Library of Congress, and, you know, they do some pretty cool tours and what have you. He's really great. Love him. So yeah. And then, yeah. Gotta keep an eye on the states and what have you here and there. thankfully, politically speaking, in Australia, we just went through an election. 5 weeks ago, we thought it was going to be, like, liberal-leaning and such, which was, going to be frank with you, not too great. But, thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case because, you know, 2 nights ago, we had the election go off, and it's a Labour majority government, which... So, Labour is the central left-leaning, party. And they're doing pretty good. Bam! There we go. So, yeah. Alright, it doesn't seem like any of my moderators are in here, but since I am on...
I just
ding.
woke up on the front lawn when everyone was staring at me. Embarrassed.
There we go. There's a shout out for Mama Bear Baju. I need to be careful. How was Honkai Star Rail? I need to be, like, when I'm playing, like, a game that invokes accents and such, like this one here, I feel like I start, like, mimicking the accent a little bit, especially when I'm talking to myself, when, like, out in the, You ever talk to yourself, like, just for narration's sake? I'll start, like, you know... Anyway. Thanks, Zeebs. Much love. Not to worry. Not to worry. Alrighty, so... There's a whole ton of police there, and I need to interrogate a bootlegging fellow over here. Jump over? Nope, it will not let me jump over. So I'm gonna need to find another way into this neighborhood. Here we go. Alright, so I need to interrogate that guy down there. Alright, let's see who comes over here. Alright. Okay. Alright. You're dead.
He says he calls it the meat wagon. Ask the butcher what really happened to Glenn.
Okay, so it's just a regular barbecue.
Did you see it?
What did I miss?
You tried the new sausage? It's Cajun.
Would you say your American accent is gone since living here, or it comes and goes? I think it's an amalgamation right now. So Australians will pick up on the American accent, Americans will pick up on the Australian accent. Is the thing. That's what I've noticed.
Asshole. What? Restricted area, huh? We got a problem here. This guy's coming for us.
Uh-oh. Hang on. I need to get to him before he runs away. Oh, shit. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, hello. Yo, what's up?
Get this asshole off! Move over, or I'll move you over. Oh, hold it! Who the fuck invited you?
Tell me what you know about the Sweetwater Distillery.
If it feels good, then by golly do it. Follow Rome stuff, essentially. Well, let me tell you. There's a second act to the story. You're not gonna like it, dear listener.
You drive like a fucking asshole! Folks don't even tell me the fucking time, I swear!
Don't be shy, talk to me.
You're like 20 years younger and a few bad decisions
I
later.
can't tell you shit if you're about to do anything I tell you! Talk, goddammit!
Bring him a cup of coffee. See what other thoughts might be bouncing around in that head of his. I got there this morning. I went asked that Bobby. And another boy, older than him, maybe even a little younger, said Bobby was gone.
You barely missed that, motherfucker!
I asked.
He's dead. Car speeding. Almost hit a oncoming car.
Give it up, cocksucker!
Join.
You all the cash we bring.
There we go.
I know where it's
Found out
tasted.
from a friend on the police force.
You done in Bourbon City, you get me?
Alright.
You want to know?
Oh, it wants me to rob a cop's bar next. Alrighty. Also, jukebox over here to break down. So yeah, so I would say that it's an amalgamation is the accent, and then if I hang around like, you know, Americans listening to Americans and what have you, it might like get exaggerated here and there. Oh, screw you. There we go.
Can't miss from here.
There we go.
Keep him from moving.
You gotta do everything myself.
Yeah, these guys aren't too smart. What do you think was gonna happen? Alright. All I wanted to do was get to this junction box, so then that way I can set up a wiretap in your neighborhood. What's so wrong with that? That's the fun part of the game, means you're super into it. Oh, yeah, that's true.
You own what you own.
But yeah, so let's get into the next one. Alright. So that's to do the protection bracket. Nikki Burke. Oh, here it is. This is the cop. Alright. Time to rob the cop bar. So yeah, there's a lot of collectibles in and around this place, which is most certainly going to be a... Hi there, Lord Secret Spy! Welcome to the stream! Good news, I'm playing this game on a PlayStation console, rather than the usual, blah 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 blah. Rather than on the usual, whatsamahoozy, spot. The PC, because on the PC it was a stuttery mess. It is not that case. It's not that case on the console, thank you.
Vicinity of Irish Point. This is dispatch. We've got a homicide in the area if you can spare the time. All units in vicinity be advised. Suspect engaging with on-scene units. Any units in the vicinity of Irish Point. This is dispatch. We've got a homicide.
Bam.
If you can spare the time. All units.
Ah, I got shot in the back. It might be a little bit... You just realized the title says 3. We're in the 60s now? Yeah, we're in the 60s. There has been a lot of racial slurs being thrown out in this game. And we're trying to help out a guy named Burke, an Irishman, and he's just throwing slurs left and right. You played the demo to this game and you loved it? That's good! There is a lot of grindy, like, you know, mission mechanics to this because it's an open world game. Head over to Big Rick's custom shop to install new vehicle customizations to your valet fleet. Noted. Right now, I want to get my money's worth. So we're gonna try and rob a cop bar, which is gonna be maybe a little bit trickier than normal. Oh, it's right there. Alright, first and foremost, we are going to pick up... where's the... Here it is. So pick up that fuse box, which is going to help us in getting the whatsamahoozies easier. Alright. How in the world... Oh, Duffy's is a... Oh my god.
Trespassing, brother. Preoccupied with things that don't matter. Rock music, movies. This is
all units. Report on covered male, brandishing a firearm, and Irish Point. Up to you if you want to check it out. All units. Negative visual.
Okay, so I'm probably gonna die very easily from this thing. If I try and go in with my guns blazing kind of thing. I probably need to call in a favor. Is what I'm gonna need. Also, I need to double check if this will work. Sorry, I just need to fix... There we go. Alright. I am uploading a crowd applause. Can you rob a police uniform? No. It's not that clever. Also, we're in the 60s, and there was, like, this thing, like, at the start of the game where, like, even Federal Reserve peeps were like, they were not too happy seeing me, a black man, and at the Federal Reserve. So I feel like trying to wear a cop outfit as I walk into a cop bar filled with, like, you know, Irish descendant cops is not gonna go down too well. So, this is the bar that we're trying to... Oh, it looks like there's another way in that we might be able to do. Is there another way in? Let's see. Oh, that's hilarious. Alright,
Sounds like all hell is breaking loose. Suspicious person on foot. Responding unit investigating. On scene officer engaging with suspect. Respond with caution. Any units in the vicinity of Irish Point? This is dispatch. We've got a homicide in the area if you can spare the time.
oh my god!
Repeat, abandoned search. Return to patrol.
How do they expect, like... I'm gonna have to be extra stealthy, I think. Maybe don't start fights you can't win. Yeah. Maybe that's right, Izzy. Maybe that's right, Izzy. So yeah, how's it going, by the by, Izzy? You doing good? Ah, Meebs! Why with the cactar? Also, why is there no video playing after getting hit with the cactar? That makes no sense. Alright, so I'm gonna start from the rear, and I'm gonna see if I can get to the cops, like, one at a time. Because the problem is that once one cop witnesses the event, then they all come crashing. So I'm gonna need to be, like, extra stealthy. So, let's start from, like, back here instead. So, yeah, because we got a cop here. So, I'm gonna go... We're gonna attract...
Ain't smart, pal.
We're gonna attract that guy's attention. And then, hopefully, because of that... Come on, get close. Although I understand Nan isn't the same thing as the thing I'm having.
Shit's...
Non-bread? Or something else that is non-bread. Alright, let's see. I just need one of you. I don't need all of you, just one. Alright. Also, they're going to be seeing a few bodies here, which is not going to be too great, but it ain't a problem. Come on, come on. Alrighty, so that's a few more peeps out of the way. Alright, let's try and get this guy next. So, because we'll rob it from the back. 3, 2, 1.
Spider!
Nice try. Alright, now with luck, we will not have as big of a problem, and we have a getaway in the rear. There we go.
When this shit's done, I'm finding me a loose broad with a tight pussy. Huh?
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need both of you. I don't need both of you.
Get back here, dumbass!
I just need one of you. Come on. One of you will
I'll go get him.
Nice. There we go.
How's it going?
Kids using it as a party spot.
Now my
Come
mom
on.
expects me to call every week.
Do with some action.
Actually, no, let's not.
I didn't hear a damn thing.
Let's not deal with
Consider
this.
it done.
We don't need to make it more painful. There we go. Break this down. Alrighty.
All units, report of a colored male brandishing a firearm in Irish Point. Up to you if you want to check it out.
I got the front.
All units in vicinity be advised. Suspect engaging with on-scene units. Available units. Suspicious individual on foot. Officers investigating.
I'll smoke him out. Got eyes on the suspect.
There we go. Alright. Oh, is this gonna make it? Is this gonna make it? Yeah!
Suspect spotted in Kickball Harbor.
Found him.
Responding unit. Visual contact with suspect lost.
There we go. So yeah. So is naan like a kind of bread, like it is in like the Indian restaurants, or is naan something else, Izzy?
People in this world, the kind of people who work for a living, 40 hours a week, and then there's us. It's just all play.
You in the wrong
Remember to
place.
get a clean set of papers before we ship you out, girl.
Done me my goddamn.
In my sights, motherfucker! Running for cover! Hit it from the other side!
There we go. Alright.
There you are.
Need to try not to die.
All units, search is called off. Repeat, abandon search. Return to patrols.
There it. Oh, oh.
Nice.
Balls.
I got a bead on him from the side.
He got him. Yeah, got him. It's gonna blow.
Your reign of terror ends right fucking here.
My reign of terror will never end. So long as I actually shoot straight. There we go. Well, this is a lovely looking car. We're gonna go for this one. Alrighty. So there is... Alright, so there's one more point in Point Verdun that we have not yet done the jukebox for. Ah, Jack! Why you do this to me, Jack? Come on, Jack! Welcome, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. The game runs so much better on the console than it does on my PC, which is kind of ridiculous because this is a PlayStation 4 game, and and my PC is like on a 3090 with like, you know, a 5950X. Car combat. Nope, not necessary. Oh. Oh, I see. There we go.
All units, report of a colored male brandishing a firearm and Irish point. Up to you if you want to check it out. All units in vicinity be advised. Suspect engaging with on-scene units. All units, negative visual on suspect. Repeat, visual contact lost.
I'm gonna need more bullets at some point. Also, let's get out of here, stow that gun so that we don't get in any trouble. You got a cactar attack from work. Ah, okay, so you're at work. Not to worry, not to worry. It is that time of the week. Thankfully, I didn't have to go into work today because today is Labor Day in Australia. And this is being observed as a public holiday by our company, which is very nice.
Out of the way.
Watch it.
And where is... There it is. Pick up another fuse box, so then that way
All
we've got...
units, search is called off. Repeat, abandoned search. Return to patrol.
So yeah, the game is a lot smoother on here, and I really appreciate it. Oh, hello, there's a album cover for me in here? Alright. Donk. And... Bam. Is that a motor? Oh, it's just a silly Volkswagen Beamer. Hey, I recognize that Rolling Stones cover. I'm pretty sure I listened to a song from there. Oop. There we go. And then we deal with the jukebox here next. And whack! So far, so good.
Tastes like shit. Nah, I ain't about...
Alright. So, yep, we can now deal with the moonshine nonsense with Nikki. And fuck it, let's go for this card. Sure, we have to break a window, but... you know. We get to listen to a really lovely album. Come on. There we go. But yeah, songs from like the 1960s are we're gonna get copywritten a whole ton. Also, let's see. Can I just cut through here? I don't know if we can. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. Oh, wait, maybe. Nah, doesn't let us. Darn shame. Why won't you? Why does this game not give us, like, way more, like, doors? Go.
Bevis can't be happy about what you've been doing to the distillery's business.
No, he can't.
You got Carl's attention. He's back at the Sweetwater Distillery.
Any idea how he'll react when I go in there?
He's bug shit crazy swamp people. How do you think he'll react? Still, might be worth keeping him around. No one knows the bayou like he does.
Owe you one for this, Nikki.
Damn right you do. Bevis is waiting for you. Real interested to see how you handle him.
Should be easy enough. Now I just need a ride. Let's use the vehicle delivery service. Samson's Drifter. Knowing how much he means to you, Hank will keep the Drifter close. Okay, so we've been able... Samson Duke. Nice. Oh my god, you can get, like, the sherbet. Alright, Let's go for the Drifter.
Bert says you're the only person we're talking to about it.
Well, Burke's a fucking genius in that regard. I'll head on out to you now.
Nice. Also, give me
I need
your
resupply and point for done.
Be out directly.
Appreciate it.
What? Anything you want here?
Let me see what you got.
Don't.
All right. Refill ammo. And give us those. Improve your relations with Burke to unlock. Damn it. Okay. Attack vest. Adrenaline shot, mob dock, recovery, added equipment. Okay, so we can't really get more of those. Can we improve anything about the shotgun? No, we cannot. Can we improve anything about the handgun? Oh. Yep. We can increase the accuracy. Meanwhile, the automatic weapons... We can improve their accuracy even further. What about rifles? Don't have the money to increase that further. The pump action grenade launcher.
I'm out of here.
Alright, time to get our vehicle, which seems to be all the way over here. Why is the vehicle so far away? Oh, new album. Thank you. Here we go.
Know what they want, and
Somebody to love. Somebody to love. Don't you need somebody to love? Don't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. Bonk! So far, so good. Being extra stealthy just to, you know, get through this a little bit quicker. Because I do have a sidearm, but the sidearm is a shotgun. Alright, let's go get our man.
What's the bug up your ass? Most of that shine we lost belonged to us.
You try and pull something on Barbieri. That dead-eyed fucker will find out. Meaning he'll come after not just you and me, but Ma, Penny, kids, everybody.
Huh?
No, we gotta get ahead of this.
Could always put it on Buck. Cripple son of a...
No, dipshit. This is all going on you.
Poor bastard didn't stand a chance. Anybody see where it went? Do your fucking job and find it.
Nice.
I'm coming in and the butcher's going out. What about you?
Oh, God damn it! All right, I'm in.
Irish
call.
will be in touch.
The moonshine racket is ours. Burke will cover the call of your next associate. Bribe the cops. Ignoring crimes for 30 seconds. Nice. I didn't know that was an option.
Emptied out the distillery. It's primed and ready for your boys.
Offer's still standing. My boys are on the way. Snatch that slaughterhouse from him, and that fuck Barbieri will have to react.
Yep. So we got another... So we've done with the moonshine. Now we got the racket protection business. Because we had the extortion business from Vito and the contraband. That one's gotten out of the way. And once we're done with this side
Thomas
thing...
Burke came to the States as a boy when his father fled Ireland, likely because of his involvement in the Irish Civil War. After his father died of a heart attack, Burke started running booze to support himself. I mean, he turned bootlegging into an entire industry, and Sal Marcano took notice. Burke worked his way up the ranks, but could never be made because...
Burke's the guy that looks like Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec. A very flippant cursing Irishman. You've taken down one of the districts, go after another one to draw out the lieutenant. Yep, I am aware how this works. We've done this a little more than once now. And we have the opportunity to bribe the cops now. So let's get on to our next mission in Point for Done.
Breaking news in New Bordeaux. Hollis Dupree, the white resident of South Downs who allegedly killed two colored men in self-defense in front of his home, has been arrested. According to
Burke's associate Fiona Davidson can call off the police in an area. This includes removing blue zones and ignoring any crimes that occur.
The Korean War veteran has been released on bail pending trial. Dupree is accused of killing Vietnam veterans Trey McCall and Lamont Harris after the young men knocked on his front door seeking help with a flat tire.
Oh yeah, I heard that news report already. So yeah, you'll see Burke at another point during this mission, no doubt. I just need to take care of like some side business by talking to Bear Donnelly first, and then once we're done, you know, stuff for Bear, then we get another story mission, all for the sake of Burke. We can just leave the car here, it's fine. We need to go in here for something.
Greetings and salutations, and all that shite.
Hello, Bear.
You Bear? Nikki sent me.
Oh, gonna marry that girl someday. Bear Donnelly.
I own Nicky's everything. He has me keeping an eye on the Roberto meatpacking plant.
Who's running things over there?
Nut job by the name of Sonny Blue. Lets a room out to the butcher's loan sharks. Protection guys too. If they can't do it there, they put the hurt to people in the street.
Any chance Sonny's around the Roberto?
Fuck no. Sonny only comes around to scare his people into shape. But I'm hearing one of his boys, a fella named Ralph, got caught skimming. They're working the bloody bastard over in the slaughterhouse to find out where he's got it stashed. Might be beneficial to pull his arse out of the fire.
I'll see what I can get out of Sonny's goons. Watch your ass, Bear.
Sonny Blue's people are scared of him.
You're a vet. Yeah, you're a Vietnam vet as well. You also got shot in the head after Vietnam as well. Oh, Sonny's cash won't be long before his beatdown crew pay them a visit, find these parasites and put them to the ground. Or let's just, you know, let's just start whacking.
Get the hell out of here, boy! Bastard has me trapped!
There we go. Alright, so that's one enforcer out of the way. Oh, hello. Alright, so there's a beat down crew. We can interrogate loan sharks there. There's another beat down crew. Alright. Let's go deal with that guy over there. We get rid of the enforcers, then it makes the whole, like, storming their operation, like, a lot smoother. Within you die. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? You better somebody to love. You better find somebody to love.
Hello? Yeah, shit's going wrong down here. Got a hit and run reported in Irish Point. If someone's in the area, maybe drive by and take a look. Dispatch out.
Gotta adjust my hearing aid.
Huh?
Mother, this is nobody's fault but yours. All yours, boy. There, get him!
We're getting shot up! Get down here!
Your ass is fucked. Holy fuck! Ah!
It's gonna be a while before they get down there.
All units, search is called off. Repeat, abandoned search. Return to patrol.
Get that stupid son bitch.
So much blood. Look at all the blood. Too late to...
There we go. Alright, then we holster that weapon, and it's like nothing ever happened. So yeah. We're just going around, like, New Bordeaux, which is, like, basically,
Perfect.
What's that city called in, like, the south with, like, Mardi Gras and all that? I'm trying to remember the name. not Louisiana, because that's a state. It's called something else. Alright, so there's protection racket there. Let's go interrogate some loan sharks. Don't know, never been. Fair enough. Now we're gonna be clever, and we're gonna go from it from the rear. Oop, that. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, we might be able to get the interrogation target without getting anyone else. Let's see, let's see. Come on. Let's see. Get a little closer. Just
what was that?
A little closer. Come on. Come on. You know you want to. Let's get outside.
I think he split.
Oh, you asshole. Mr. Barbary says, fuck around time is over. That we need to send a message to Willie. You're to grab Willie's kid, take off his right hand, and then leave it in front of Willie's house. That fat piece of shit still refuses to pay what's owed. Next time it'll be his kid's goddamn leg. We'll use the big saw in the slaughterhouse. Take it off right at the hip.
We got a problem here.
Yep.
What do you know about the meatback implant?
All the shops paying protection up to the boss. I know where they are.
Here on out, I call the shots.
There we go. Alright, so there's liquor stores that get protection. Okay, okay. That will be mighty helpful.
Music that makes you proud to be an American. WBYU 620.
There's our boy. Knew he was around here somewhere. There, get him!
Dear listeners, in today's very special episode of Native Son, we're gonna be speaking with
Please send some officers down here. Any units in the vicinity of Irish Point? This is dispatch. We've got a homicide in the area if you can spare the time. All units in vicinity be advised. Suspect engaging with on-scene units. All units, negative visual on suspect. Repeat, visual contact lost. All units in vicinity be advised. Suspect engaging.
Bird says you can help me keep the cops mellow. That true?
Of course it is. I'm just getting a feel for how they do things around this precinct. But I can still make things happen.
Hell's it coming? Shoot another cop!
Any units in the vicinity of Irish Point? This is dispatch. We've got a homicide in the area if you can spare the time.
Time to roll it up.
I'm probably in a bit of a bad spot. I can't see shit in the dark. Also, I am out of health, so I'm gonna need to pick up some more. There we go.
Doesn't appear to be here. Maybe over there?
Ugh.
Well, hey there.
Hey, another Playboy magazine.
All units, search is called off. Repeat, abandoned search. Return to patrol.
I'm assuming we ain't grabbing a beer after this?
There we go.
See if you can find that book.
We still got a few more places that we can be busting up. Let's try and rescue Ralph. He might be of help to us. Plus, we're gonna... Here we go. Here we go. So... we've got another half hour till lunch, so...
You lost, boy?
No, sir.
What's that?
Don't worry about me. 7, 8. We are picking up a lot of fuses, which is going to be very helpful. We've already done a lot of the fuse boxes in the major areas that we've been fighting and what have you. And no doubt when... I'll probably do some side missions after, you know, dealing with what's-my-goosies.
Negotiating is done and gone, dipshit. You had your chance to make this shit right. You didn't take it. So what's happening here is on you.
Jesus! I know! Just stop, please!
I have barely any ammunition. Oh, missing some money. Hang on. There it is. Alright, get ourselves some cash. Let's see. So, we could... Oh! Yep, no, we still need to find Ralph. I thought that was Ralph, but it wasn't. We were just, you know, helping out a guy that was getting exploited by the protection racket. So, we did a good Samaritan thing, so that's fine there. We need to be going over there. Alright, so the bottom things are free. The top ones cost money or something or rather. And there's a lot of good stuff in here, so we're gonna try and break in if we can. We're gonna try and get through this nice and stealthily. Pick up some ammunition while we're at it. Lol. She's just reading her dailies. She don't care what's going on.
Gonna check this out.
Over here. I'm here for your clavicle. I can probably do better other than that, but it is what it is. Alrighty. Oop. Cash. Cash. And attack vest. Alright.
Shit, I'm so fucked.
How long's he been in here?
3, maybe 4 days.
Days? Jesus, Jack, you were just supposed to rough him up a little. Find out what he knows.
He was being an asshole, wouldn't tell me shit. So I thought he needed a little time to simmer.
Does it look like he's simmering now?
He looks
What
dead.
the fuck am I gonna do? Butcher's gonna grind me into burger. Jesus, I don't want to die.
You ain't dying. Let's just work our shift like normal, and then we'll come back and deal with this dead cocksucker.
Shit's...
Damn it! You really...
You boys heard that, right? Grab some cover. Motherfuckers die first.
Alright, we're going a bit louder than I intended, but we are still besting them. There we go. Get ourselves another cube of medicine. Alright, we're gonna need to go up the floor then. Now the question is where's a staircase I can use? Nice try. Oop, there's more cash to pick up here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Right there.
I spotted him. Maybe you can find him.
He's got a gun!
Get behind him.
They tried. They gave their best shot. It's fine.
Start shit.
Let's pick up more of the stuff here before we call it.
Come talk with the motherfucker your own side.
It's one thing to get the surprise on me, it's another to be able to do that twice. I probably didn't need to be that vindictive to him, but he got it coming. Alright, and then another titty picture, thank you.
Oh shit! My pants!
No reason to kill me. I ain't seen nothing.
That's good. Now excuse me while I go and rescue our buddy over here.
Who the fuck are you?
A friend.
I'm saving your thieving ass. Let's go.
There we go. And it looks like we've got another liquor store we can trash, giving us plenty of reward. It doesn't look like there's any bonus. Is there bonuses on this one? No. 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 And then that one's just the moonshine business, which is earning money. So, yep, let's go. So one last liquor store to trash, and then we'll go and, you know, go after the butcher or whatever the fuck his name is. Where the fuck? Oh my god, there's a staircase that goes nowhere. Piece of shit! How is there no easy way out of these buildings, honestly? Well, I don't have to, we're already in the butcher shop, so we don't have to worry about blood staining the carpets. And look, there's a car. Excellent. At some point, this game is going to need to give me a way of, like, sneaking into the cars without breaking their windows, because I would like to not break the windows. Yeah, I hear you, I hear you. I don't care.
My head.
Alright. Bam. I wonder if I could just punch the liquor store cabinets and then that will be good. No.
Over here!
Alright, time to talk to Bear.
One reason and
Get the
one
cops
reason
down here right quick. All units, report of a colored male brandishing a firearm at Irish Point. Up to you if you want to check it out.
Goddamn lie. Huh? Dupree has his excuse, his reason. Some try to call it self-defense. Dupree claims he thought McCall was some kind of black phantom running around killing white folks. Now, I'm not gonna bury my head in the sand. I know there's something going on out there, but whoever's shaking things up, it doesn't mean it's open season on black men in New Bordeaux. Of course, if you ask a white man, maybe it means just that. The judicial system is at least going through the motions of bringing charges against Hollis Dupree. But that ignores the heart of the problem, which is to say, our city has very little heart for black lives.
All
brown
units,
lives,
pursuit is called
female
off.
lives.
Abandon search and return to patrols. Repeat, pursuit is called off. Abandon search and return to patrol.
What year was this game released?
Blue.
Hey there, Calbear! Welcome to the stream. You're actually watching at a reasonable hour for me? Yeah, so because it's a public holiday that's observed by the place I work, I don't have to go to work today, which means I'm streaming in my morning, which means it's going off in the evening for Americans and what have you. So yeah. Yep.
Sonny's back over at the Roberto. His language has taken an especially colorful turn of late.
I take it the butcher didn't appreciate Sonny's loan sharking and protection rackets being disrupted.
You got that right. And the Shinola has hit the fan. Sonny's set on getting things back to normal. You know, Keeping his people more scared of him than you.
Nah.
See about that. Keep your head down till this is over, here?
I hear Sonny's a bit pissed at some mysterious colored fella disrupting his business. Nice of you to liberate that fella who ripped off Sonny Blue.
Alright. So now we go after a guy named Sonny Blue.
Monday through Thursday, every week. Can you believe that? And if you see me out and about, just say hello. I might just buy you a whiskey. Only in the French War.
So yeah, all of these songs at one point, like Twitch and YouTube are gonna definitely like silence them and such, so best way to experience Mafia 3 if you don't have the game yourself is watching someone else play it live. Oh, I was just here just a minute ago. This is gonna be a relatively easy expedition. Actually, before I go any further,
send someone to Point Verdun to pick up my cash.
Sure thing, Cher. Heading your way now. Got something I can hang on to for you?
I almost thought that was a grand old lady because of the way her hair was shining. Alrighty, cash is being deposited, so there's less of a risk of me losing money.
Where you at? Who in their right mind with the balls to fuck with Sonny Blue?
I'm still trying to figure out how that coon who came for Ralph fits in. Partner, maybe?
No way. Ralph's people are Southern Union from way back. Can't see him signing up with some spade.
Either way, Sonny Blue thinks the coon's coming back. And we need to be ready.
Yep, Lincoln Clay is coming back, and he ain't happy. Man, wouldn't it be convenient if they just all went through that door? Alright, give me that tack vest. Thank you. Yeah, he's up on the upper floor, so we're gonna need to make our way up there.
The whole shakedown crew's just gone. Fuck.
Oh, shit. That explains that thing with little Anthony this morning.
What'd Sonny Blue do this time?
Little Anthony walks in, says good morning. Sonny goes off, beats him with the flat end of a meat hook. Asked Anthony if it was a good morning now.
God damn.
We need to get a handle on what's been going on before Sonny kills the rest of us.
That ain't likely gonna happen anytime soon.
Huh?
Do not get to disturb me.
Huh?
No fucking way! Taking cover! Is up, motherfucker!
Yep, going loud. imagining some YouTube where the premise is boss. I think our office is set up as a. I think our office is set up as a combat zone in a third-person shooter. I think someone's made that joke already. No! Idiot! I should have healed. Ah! And when you die, any money you have on your pocket gets like cut in half. So it's Pokemon rules. It's like, oh, you fainted and you lose a bit of money. So yeah. Now, is it gonna put me back at the front of this thing, or yeah, it puts me back at the front of this thing. Thankfully, I only lost like $80 from this, so.
I'm still trying to figure out how that coon who came for Ralph fits in. Partner, maybe?
No way. Ralph's people are Southern Union from way back. Can't see him signing up for some spade.
Either way, Sonny Blue thinks the coon's coming back, and we need to be ready.
But yeah, real close. We did get into a bit of a shouting match, so there is that. So we're just gonna try and get rid of as many of these people as possible.
The whole shakedown crew's just gone. Fuck.
Ah, shit. That explains the thing with little Anthony this morning.
What's Sonny Blue do this time?
Little Anthony walks in, says good morning. Sonny goes off, beats him with the flat end of a meat hook. Asked Anthony if it was a good morning now.
God damn.
We need to get a handle on what's been going on.
Now we're being way more stealthy. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Oh.
Sorry, son. I double-checked myself, and we're still down 16 G's. 16? Christ. Oh, it is. Bobby Harris pissed himself off. Hope he might send some men around.
Screw that fat fuck. You know, I saw him pissing one time. His dick's about 2 inches long. Can't respect a man with a tiny dick.
Little dick or not, we still owe him a lot of money.
I'll figure something out. Huh? I'm in charge. You go look.
I love how he's like, I'm in charge.
Getting out of the line of fire.
Is this about Little Dick?
He's not getting away from me.
Shit. He dead? Hey, brah. Hey. You okay? Fuck. Getting out of the line of fire.
What do you mean getting out of the line of fire? Nice try, Sonny.
You could be the bratwurst king in New Bordeaux if you work for me. How's that sound, Sonny?
Sure. I kind of like working here anyway.
Burke's boys are gonna reach out.
He ain't no Big Dick McGee, so we gotta. Fiona will provide the location of all the cops in the area. Nice.
Slaughterhouse is clear. Send your people.
Hey, don't worry about the bodies. My boys will know what to do about them.
You're in a slaughterhouse as well, so you have a lot of disposal options.
Put that rabbit dog down.
So yeah.
And how did Lincoln Clay convince Thomas Burke, Vito Scaletta, and the woman known as Cassandra to work together?
He called a sit-down. He told them to meet him at an old plantation house in the bayou. When he had them all in the same room, he laid out how they were going to take down Marcano. Lincoln could be very persuasive.
Alright, protection racket is being secured. And is it doing the thing again? Yeah, it's doing the thing again. Alright. So that's the next mission we need to do. I'm gonna swap this to standing mode, and I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I am so sorry, chat. I need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom break, BRB. Where's my... That thunder is coming from the north of Shinshu Field. It no doubt heralds the coming storm. Well, mon chéri, I must bid you adieu. But first, let me leave you with this. A shocking zap, and it opens! Oh, he does like a cool pose. He does like a JoJo pose or something like that. Hang on a second, hang on a second. He does like a JoJo pose. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. Nah, I don't need that. Australians, meanwhile? Australians are going to complain about the weather at home. They're gonna sit in front of their computer, like, right now. They're gonna be sitting there, and they're just gonna be like, oh, it's too much. I'm back. Alrighty, so... Nah, I won't change my outfit. I'll change my outfit once we've got all the peeps with us.
The things that went on between these walls.
That ain't locked when no one's around. I sing trailers for sale or rent. Rooms to
Come on!
cents. No phone, no pool, no pets.
What is going on? All units, police vehicle struck by suspect vehicle. Engage pursuit. On scene, officers engaging with suspect. Respond with caution.
If I didn't drive into the cop, we'd be good. Who gave the Zeebs the keys? Me.
All units, negative visual on suspect. Repeat, visual contact lost.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen.
What's this all about? Getting ready for some company?
This is Burke.
Barbieri should be here any minute now.
Barbieri's coming here.
So he claims. Never known the man to be a liar. I just got off the phone with him. I told him if he wanted to settle up, he'd be here waiting.
For fuck's sake, Burke, you don't ever tell your enemy when and where you're gonna set up the ambush.
Christ, you're much too serious about all this. It takes the fun out of it. Besides, that's the worst that could happen.
You could get us all killed.
Aye, that I could.
Oh my god, this guy just doesn't give two shits.
It's all right. It's just Nicky.
Oh, thank Christ, someone with a brain.
Those boys are right behind me.
You sure?
If there's one benefit to being your miserable dot, it's not know what a posse of Dago assholes out for blood looks like. I'll call them out with a spotlight on the water tower.
I'll load up some barrels with a special petrol mixer cooked up. Scatter them across the yard. A bullet will take them out. So don't be close to them when they blow. I'm gonna snipe those guinea fucks from the crane. You should head up to the roof.
One last thing. You try to cut and run, I'll planch you myself. We clear?
I'll see you when this is done.
You might.
You all right back there, lass?
What's that? My da asking how I'm doing? Whatever have I done to warrant such fucking concern?
Ah, shite, girl. A simple yes or no would have been fine.
Coming down the left lane.
These gobshite sons of whores don't stand a chance. Fuck you, you fucking cocksucker! On your fucking right, watch out!
How's your head feeling now, Da?
Oh, I feel like there's fucking fire ants crawling through me brain.
Poor bastards must be starving.
Easy. You gotta get the game. It's trying to be historically accurate, but does it have to use every mid-century racial slur it could think of? From the 1960s, while in deep South America? Yes.
Should've never fucked with the Irish! Don't forget the little surprise I cooked for those guinea fucks.
Blast that fucker to pieces. That shit's all
They'll send you my flowers. Keep coming and they'll ram me fruit up your boobie. There's a fat bastard now.
Did it! Oh. That looks like a more resilient truck than normal.
I don't give two fucks about Burke's little pet Niglet. I want them Mick alive.
I'm sorry, though.
I'm gonna give him an ass fucking. He's never gonna fucking forget. Bring him back fucking alive, that cocksucker.
What?
Get around when he can't see you.
This here's the last day of your miserable life.
Damn it, missed. You know, just in case I miss. Deep South, 1960s. Yep. I just wasn't expecting, like... I just wasn't expecting, that word. Yeah. And he applies it to Lincoln Clay, who is 6'4". He is a fucking beast of a man. Nuts, to say the least.
That's another one down.
Alright, he's all the way down there. Sup, Butcher? Alright, let's see what we get on him.
Should have saved a bullet or two.
A nigger and a Mick working together. Fuck me.
He sounds familiar as well.
What can I say? Brave new world.
Still alive then?
I see the legs still giving you fits, huh, fucko?
Ah, fuck you. You won't be so cocky once I take the acetylene to you.
Fuck you! What do you think happens next, huh? You're gonna die, motherfucker. You're gonna hold next to me. You, your whole organization. You're gonna suck my dick in hell.
You alright?
Grab his legs. Time to get him into the garage. Fat cunt.
Aha.
We were never able to reconstruct precisely what happened
Joey
to
Diaz.
Barbieri,
Okay.
primarily because his body wasn't found until the mid-1980s. The Army Corps of Engineers was dredging the bottom of the Mississippi River, and his remains were found in the trunk of an old car. Both legs were broken so many times there was barely any bone left.
Yeah, they didn't see him for a good, like, 10 plus years, it seems. Alright, we got that mission done. Alrighty. So we got kickbacks by Vito, by Cassandra. We don't have a lot in the ways of kickbacks. Now that Butcher's dealt with, you and Burke should discuss the plan for Point Verdun. Yeah, he needs... Point Verdun is his. It wouldn't really make sense for anyone else to have it. Ooh, a new vehicle, the Pinkerton thingy. He's a Cuban-American stand-up comedian and pod... Oh, I know who the... Yeah, he was in... So, there was one bit where he was in Spider-Man 2, and he's been on the Joe Rogan show on more than one occasion, I think. I definitely remember seeing a meme of him where he's just like, "Get up, it's all over. We had a pretty rough week, but we're gonna get back to it," or something like I remember there was like some sort of meme. That's why I recognize his voice. Also, let me just pick up this thing here. They didn't really think through how to get this place open, did they? Unless... Nope. Nope. Did they really think through how I could get in here? No, they did not. Because, yeah, looking at this place right now, it's locked up tight from the front. Despicable. There we go.
Shit. If the gun gets any more, Mickey, they're gonna have to paint it green.
Sorry. This is just... Here we go. And drop off here.
I don't even bother going there for my...
There. Alright, here we go.
Way down.
I'll leave thee, thy lone one, to pine on the stem. Since the lonely...
No shade on Diaz. Yeah, point is, I recognize his voice, I just didn't know his name.
Go.
So, yeah.
There. Him.
So, that's all I wanted to say.
You already finished with Barbieri?
Barbieri? No. By a long shot. Already told you. They slow.
Okay, so... Oh, moonshine.
As for you, show up like Lazarus himself. Name thinking to myself. This jockey bastard is either one of the luckiest sons of bitches that's ever lived, or the kind of man that invites rotten damn luck. So goddamn sure it was the latter. I have to admit, I was wrong about you.
You can thank me by calling me by my name.
Die. Lincoln it is, then.
This Burke here, he had a son named Danny, and he was killed at, like, the start of the game, by the by.
Convince ourselves we've go out and inflict the pain on someone else. A little mend what's busted up inside of us. But it doesn't.
No. It done.
Spent my entire goddamn life scratching and clawing at anyone who came along. Even if they were there to help. Look where it fucking got me. It's the sense changing. Only way is forward.
Now that Irish Point is back under your control, I'm gonna need you to bring in as much money as you can. Going after Marcano ain't gonna be cheap.
And I imagine you'll be wanting your cut of the proceeds.
Yeah.
That's right.
Can't say I'm a fan of someone looming over me. But a deal's a deal. I asked Nikki to manage those moonshine runs, but she can't bring them all on her own. That liquor hauls in a fair amount. We'll talk to her. She's around here somewhere if she ain't out quail hunting.
Quail ain't in season.
Oh, for her kind, it's always in season. Yeah.
Why do I feel like quail is a euphemism coming from Burke over here?
You'll excuse me. to go to see Mr. Barbieri.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably getting a little lonely. Lonely.
Should he really be driving while drunk?
Shit. If we don't get any more, Mickey, they're gonna have to paint it green.
Alright, talk to Nikki next. What does Nikki have to say to us?
My fault.
Gosh darn, why does the distillery have to be such a confusing map?
My kid goes around down long. And this ad. You want the best moonshine? This is the place to go.
This isn't my favorite map.
I'm thinking guys engaging in shootouts is why I don't go out much anymore.
Gonna need a different main weapon.
Whoa, thanks.
Alright, Nikki.
Thanks for earlier.
My old man used to be whip smart. If anyone tried to pull some shit on him, he saw it coming a mile away. Now, fuck. Now he barely knows the goddamn day of the week.
Said you could use some help.
Some of our boys are down the bayou. If you could get the shine from them and bring it back, it'd make my life a lot easier.
Bayou ain't exactly my favorite place in the world.
Come on now, the redneck assholes that live down there just love it when black folks drop by for a visit.
Oh, that's gonna be
Ain't
another
been time for
portion of the
small
stream,
talk,
like, muted because of a song.
Where you at with all this?
All I really want is for everything to go back the way that it was. For Vietnam. For that night. Back when everything felt,
Normal?
at least our version of it anyway.
We are the righteously fucked. Danny. Was he in any pain?
I don't know.
Did he suffer?
Don't. Ain't nothing good coming from that.
Who says I need good to come from it?
Georgie shot him in the head. Looked like he went pretty quick. God damn it.
I hate this fucking town.
I better go.
Yeah. Okay. Lincoln. Just because Bobby Ever's dead doesn't necessarily mean this neighborhood is firmly in our control. If he's still got any men hanging around, you should think about clearing them out.
Didn't think there was anyone hanging around, but we'll keep a note of that. Anyone being violent to me is going to be violence in return. Alrighty, so we got kickbacks there, kickbacks there, kickbacks there. We'll need to get our kickbacks at some point. Probably best, like...
Vacation can't come soon enough. Visit
All right.
folks in Florida.
So that's stone unturned.
Shit, if Verdun gets any more, Mickey, they're gonna have to paint it green. So sick of this rain. Shit, if Verdun gets any more, Mickey, they're gonna have to paint it green.
Complete bounty hunting, sign of the times. Ooh, Tommy Angelo's suit. Personally, I like the look of this. For whatever reason, the Canadian tuxedo hits it. Now comes the fun bit of trying to get out of this place. Ah! Excuse me. Let me just break open this window and get driving. If I can think of a better outfit, I will.
Story out of Point Verdun, where witnesses have reported
Game stream doing the stuttering. It might have been the stream this time around, because I didn't experience it in the game, so it's most likely from the stream. It's most likely the stream that had a bit of a frame drop.
There's the man of the year. I'm a man who honors his agreements. And the Irish are grateful to not have the butcher stuck in the goddamn streets.
No. Mafia Origins, or whatever it was called, taking place in 1910, is going to be really funny in terms of car speed. Mafia Old Country is what it's called. So, I think it's either the 1910s or the 1890s. So it's going to be like fairly early in the what's-in-the-goozies. Alright. Next in my to-do list is the kickbacks from that area there, giving us another $700. So it's going to be a mixture of vehicles and horses.
In an attempt to slow the rash of hijackings that have gripped this nation over the last year.
What I personally hope as well is that when they go and do, when they go into the Mafia Old Country, I'm hoping it's not going to be this fashion of game where it's like, oh, let's do an open world where you like pick and choose your missions and what have you. I hope they go back to the linear experience from Mafia 1 and Mafia 2. I would much rather prefer that. Sure, like, you could do, like, a little bit of open world like they did in Mafia 2, but I'm not 100% down for... Like, sure, the open world opens it up for, yeah, you can do DLC and, like, side missions a lot more, but, yeah, it doesn't hit right. I don't know how to explain it. Especially when you're trying to do, like, a narrative like the Mafia. Open worlds aren't very lustrous. Yeah, and the few that are, you're gonna be stuck in them for a while. There's way more... There's way more, like, games that have fallen off after the open world, as opposed to, succeeding And many of the successes are either because of, let's say, for example, Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5, it's because of the narrative first, and then when they do the open world, it's because of like an online experience or just, you know, having a sandbox to play in. Mafia 1 and 2 was not about a sandbox experience. The Witcher is open world, but The Witcher, other than having like a little bit of like, oh, let's be a loot gremlin for a quick minute, is very much about the narrative and not too much about the open world. So people kind of ignore the open world of The Witcher and more for the narrative. And you need good side stories to support it. This game and a lot of open world games, especially from like Ubisoft and what have you, they have an open world and the side missions are iffy. I would say they're iffy at best. I have no idea what this song is. High-speed e-car chases at the breakneck speed of 5 kilometers an hour. Oh no, Izzy, in 1910, you are going to be hitting like 30 miles an hour and such. You can still get high speeds back in the 1910s. We've had, like, the automobile, like, jumped in speed. So, back in the 1930s, it was, back in the 1930s, you had, like, a good, like, 50 to 60 miles an hour.
Please make yourself comfortable. The fruits of our labor. Bon appetit. I recognize the trust you had to have to put the holler in my hands. You won't regret it.
Alright, so we got that cut. So now we head over to River Row and get our cut from Vito Scaletti. Or Scaletta, sorry. I don't know why. Vito Scaletti, for some reason, just rolls off the tongue more than Scaletta. Even though Vito is his nickname.
Remy Duvall here to tell you that nothing impresses the ladies like a beautiful bouquet.
God damn it.
Whether it's for a special occasion or no occasion at all. Belle Jardin has everything you need to impress all the...
I couldn't see it because it went over the crest of the hill.
It doesn't matter if it's for your mother, your daughter, your wife, or your intended. Belle Jardin can create the perfect custom bouquet. Put a smile on the pretty face of your favorite lady today. Call Belle Jardin.
But yeah, open worlds as well with fast travel need to be very careful. This game doesn't have a fast travel system, but it would be nice. Because like there's a lot of just back and forth for the kickbacks, for instance, and that one there I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a fan of having to drive for like the busybody. I want to drive for the exploration and to get to missions. I don't want to drive because, oh, I need to do my paper route of picking up my kickbacks from my 3 underbosses. It's like, nah. Also, good thing I have a truck is we're about to go into the bayou apparently in the next minute. No. Okay, so we can't pick up an additional one of those thingamabobs. So let's just head up, say hi to Vito, and get our cash.
What do they say around here? Running out of room to keep all this cash. Come back and I'll have more for you. It took stones to help me get my place back up and running. Thanks.
Not to worry, not to worry. There's our car, perfectly new. Alrighty, next mission. We gotta head over to the bayou for a sit-down. What's a game genre that you, like... What's a game genre for you, Izzy, where it's like, it could do you no wrong. You absolutely enjoy it. Because for me, like, I can't fault the open world full stop. Like, I still get enamored by things like Skyrim. I went through a lot of Oblivion. I'm enjoying, and I've been doing it off stream here and there, so it's gonna be fun getting into that on Saturday morning. What are some other open worlds? Saints Row. I went through the entire Saints Row series. So curious what genres for you. Yeah, why call a sit down in the bayou? Is it just because it's like far away from the city, so no one's gonna be disrupting us? Like, we're not exactly gonna attract a really big crowd or anything like that when we do our sit down anyway. Let me just take a cheeky cut. There we go. Wait, this is a four-wheel drive vehicle. I can keep taking a cheeky cut. Hang on. Okay, maybe not at that point there. Let me just get back on the road. I don't think I can have it, like, do a cheeky cut through swamp water. The bridge. I feel like that's a barn bridge or something. And what's so special about this place? Was this Sammy's or something like that? Where it was his place before? Let's see. Let's see. So, Burke, Sandra, and... Why are you pulling out a gun? It's a sit-down. We don't need no guns.
You think I forgot what you did? You can blame Marcana all you want, but it was your men who ambushed us.
My men were following orders. We got rules. Not my fucking problem that you people don't understand it.
Yeah, well, I'm about to make it your fucking problem.
What shit is this, then? Goddamn. If it ain't the city's favorite pot-licking donkey, Thomas Burke.
The fuck did you just say to me?
Put the gun down, Burke.
Everyone hates everyone, it
seems. To
seems.
bring down Marcano, so I don't want any more of this stupid bullshit.
Bring down Marcana? These two used to work for Marcana. And
Thank
this
you for
one?
the hyper himbo, Pirate
Do you
Fox.
know how many of my men this Canard killed because Marcana told him to? Fuck him, and fuck you if you think I'm ever gonna trust
Hey,
these
get the
two.
fuck out there. There's no sweat off my ass.
You don't trust him? Good. Because I don't trust any of you. That doesn't change the fact that I destroyed Barbieri's operations, killed Doucette and those other redneck motherfuckers, and saved Joe ass from Greco's men. So here's what you need to decide right fucking here now. Either fall in line or get the fuck out. Just know. Second you step out that door, your name's getting added to my list, right beneath Marcano's.
Good fucking luck.
Now, if we're all done acting like goddamn children, let's go over the plan. In order to bring down an organization the size of Marcano's, we need to eliminate the people at the base and work our way up. It's the same thing I did in Nine.
I know the military filled your noggin with all manner of tactics and schemes, but let's not overthink this shit. Say we go out to his house and shoot him. Shouldn't take more than an hour or so, not depending on traffic.
And what you think gonna happen after?
Everybody else just gonna lay down and die, you stupid-ass motherfucker.
Cassandra's right. Just killing Marcano doesn't get us anywhere. One of his brothers will take over and we're right back where we started. So, first, we go after his lieutenants. Then, once they're killed, we seize their territory and move on to the capos. Once the lieutenants and the capos are killed, Marcano will be isolated and alone. And that's when we go after him.
Hold on, what happens
Yeah, this
to
happens,
those territories we
Kalbar.
get from Marcano's guys?
Once it's in our hands, I'll decide who gets to run the day-to-day. I give you a district, you get the rackets and everything else. But I'm also counting on you to hold it. Keep that bastard from reclaiming it. One last thing. Y'all know that building that's going up across the lake? He's building a casino. Marcano's constructing this so we can go legit. All his money's tied up into that thing, so once he figures out what we're up to, it'll limit his options. More importantly, it's an emotional attachment. Emotions make people around.
Oh, that's our CIA, John Donovan.
So that's where we hit him.
He was like our handler or something like that in the
goddamn
CIA when we did a collaborative thing within Vietnam, because Lincoln Clay was part of like some sort of special forces. And I don't know why exactly he's helping us, but yeah.
Hey, nice speech. Think they bought it?
Okay. They're all too greedy or pissed off at Marcano to back out now.
At least until one of them decides to try the crown on for size.
Well, if it comes to that, I'll handle it. The photos were a nice start and all, but I'm gonna need some actionable intel on those lieutenants. A place of business, where I can find them, you name it.
The dossiers are nearly complete. I'll be ready to move when you are. I was also able to recruit some concerned citizens who are more than happy to share what they know about Sal's coalition of WAP assholes. Information on how to contact them will be included with the other intel.
Appreciate it.
No idea what
you
the
don't need a ride?
WOP is.
Oh, I do my own driving.
I know WASP is White Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Killing of Marcano's capos and lieutenants, that was part of the plan.
Well, you weren't playing fucking patty cake, Christ.
Look, you want to bring somebody down, you destroy the foundation they're standing on. It's the same basic op we ran over Nam.
The map has additional missions available. Meet up with Donovan to continue going after Marcano, or complete additional agenda and trafficking missions for your underbosses and their lieutenants. Completing agenda and trafficking missions nets you extra cash and increases an underboss's loyalty. Press the square on the map to select one of the Donovan missions or one of the optional agenda and trafficking missions. Sign of the Times is now available to play. To begin Sign of the Times, go talk to Father James. Stones Unturned is now available to play. To begin, go talk to Donovan. Faster Baby is now available to play. To begin, and go talk to The Voice. Racing is now available. My First Event is now available.
Hey, Lincoln, come pick me up. There's something we need to talk about.
It's about Marcano?
No, it's something else altogether. Just get here.
All right. See you soon.
So we have opened up all kinds of new missions. Might as well grab that while we're at it. Alright, here we go. It's a derogatory slur for Italian Americans. Ah, okay. Alright, Cassandra has an optional mission, Vito has an optional mission, Burke most likely has an optional mission. So yeah, so there's all kinds of side missions that we can do and what have you. Grant, how'd you pick a zebra as your persona? I don't know, I just wanted a horse character. Zebra seemed rather unique, and I learned that a group of zebras sometimes is called a harem. Because, you know, there's normally one male zebra and a lot of female zebras in the group, so that's how they came to that kind of group naming scheme. I'm not very inventive with my reasons, I'm sorry.
Please don't let him see me. Huh?
This is so then that way I can get to the money that is here. There we go. And the money from that. Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. There was a point where I was considering some kind of horse for your Sona, but you ended up going with a bear? Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so we've done that. So we've got, like, hang on, if I click square. So we've got story missions where, with the Barclay Hills, the Tickfaw Harbor, and downtown. But then we've got these 3 missions that were DLC. We've got New Bordeaux Racing. We've got so we got Emmanuel's mission, we got Nikki Burke's, and we got Alma Diaz. I want to, so we're gonna go with Del Rey. So, because this will make it so that we can, like, gain some greater loyalty and what have you. And plus, I kind of want to know what this mission is. So, depending on how it goes, like, we have like another half hour of streaming to go, or an hour at the very least. I want to see what these side missions are like. I'll probably leave the actual underbosses, like Cassandra, Vito, and Burke's side missions, as like a thing to actually do on stream. But when it gets to, like, you know, sort of the busy work of like doing the smaller missions, that will most certainly be a no Blue.
Put on the maid outfit.
Damn it. Why you do this to me? You having a good day, Blue? Calbar is just seeing all parts of the Zeebs at this point. My goodness, how far away is this side mission? Jesus. All this for smuggling weed. You go suck a lemon. You're just vibing before you go to work. You got Zip's plushie today? Nice. Sounds awesome. I don't have Zip's plush. I went for Megas, and that's it. Alright, time to get on the boat.
Wait, where?
Nah. And kill you. Alright, here we go.
This is New Bordeaux News with an update in the Hollister trial. Defense attorneys for the elderly Southbound resident claim he was simply reacting to the recent wave of colored-on-white violence that has plagued New Bordeaux.
Oh, there's the plane.
Also painted a damaging portrait of one of the victims during the call. He apparently spent time as a teenager in juvenile hall for undisclosed crimes. The Cree's defense is being paid for following an outpouring of public support for the Korean War veteran.
Oh, okay, I see. So I have to, like, press the down arrow to do it. Retaliate by putting Icy in the Daisy Princess for 1 trillion years. If I had the channel points, I would absolutely do that every opportunity I had.
Reaper's wet. Make it dry.
I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won. How many packets of weed are there? fought the line. Law won. Okay, I see what I need to do. Gonna have to go through the canals and what have you. I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won. Yep, literally just a straight shot. Law won. I fought the law and the law won. So far, so easy with this side mission, not too bad. Retaliation at River Row. Marcano's out for blood. Are you kidding me? Oh, there's a crocodile right fucking there. That is hilarious. The Hitman is the leader of the Retaliation. Until you take him out, the Retaliation will keep coming after you. Cool. Let me just park my boat. There we go. Oh my goodness, this is just a full-on mule move, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Alright, so the Hitman escaped. We're gonna need to deal with that Retaliation crew at another point. So... But all is well in the world. Sorry that you have to go to work, Blue. Our work is observing today as a public holiday, so I didn't have to go into work today, which is really great. Tomorrow I work from home again. Or sorry, tomorrow I work from home because Tuesday is my work from home day, which will have me go to trivia in the evening, which is really good. But I'm gonna be real with you. It is tempting to have a McDonald's lunch because I'm like, you know, 95.75 kilos. Like, I am no longer overweight. I'm no longer obese. I'm just, like, quote-unquote overweight. And, yeah, I just want to have, like, I just want to treat myself. But the thing is that normally I treat myself on the Tuesdays with a Thai beef salad. And that's, you know, to stay within the calorie counts and such. But this thing that I would like to have is not in my calories. You will bite Izzy? Do not bite Izzy, please. There we go. Delivery completed. You've completed the trafficking runs for your underboss. Resume going after Marcano as rackets. You can continue to increase the earns for your underboss rackets. Helping your underboss expands their rackets with trafficking runs increases their loyalty while allowing them to improve their network of associates and increase your potential kickbacks. Ooh, boy. A lot of words. There we go. Props for meeting one of your goals. Yeah. So the proper goal is to get under 95.5, I think. No, 95.6. That's the proper goal, which I will most likely get to tomorrow morning. I could also like check this morning as well because I've only had like shakes and what have you, so Alright, what does Emmanuel got to say for us?
Hey there, Fue. How is life running with her?
I got it covered.
Good. Because I'm getting word those Dixie bosons are starting to interfere with our dwarfs.
They can try all they like. Still won't change the outcome.
Lord knows I ought to start working
touch the
towards some of
artistic
that
side.
myself.
My
It took me about 7 years to get a good, to figure out what it is that does it well for me. For me, it took about like 7 years of being overweight and all that kind of nonsense to figure out what I can do. And the conclusion was getting on like a very low calorie deficit using Optifast. Now, the reason I got to that conclusion was because I went to a dietitian. I originally went to a GP thinking I could get Ozempic. The GP didn't want to do that for me, and considering my like weight was over like 30 BMI or something crazy like that, she had me get free appointments to dietitians and physiotherapists. I went to the dietitian first. They put me on the OptiSlim, OptiFast diet, so all 3 of my meals were a shake, and that was doing really good results for me, especially since, you know, most days of the week I'm working at a desk or I'm streaming. So it works well for me because it's a little extra cost in money, but it saves me so much time in doing the cooking and everything like that, which I really appreciate.
And yet, every stroke was perfection.
She's still back in Haiti?
Yes. It is where she is buried.
Yes, we've all had our share of losses.
Our losses, frère, are nowhere near the same.
I'm just trying to turn the page, set things right with you.
And you think comparing the deaths of our loved ones will do that? Papa Doc had my wife tortured trying to locate me. He had the tonton Macoud bludgeon my children to death in order to save bullets. When I last saw my wife, her eyes had ruptured from the
weighed myself in
electroshock.
quite some time, but I guess at around
My little boy.
115 kilograms and 36 B. I know that for me, the weight loss itself is secondary to just getting healthier. As you're losing weight, you'll find you will get healthier if you do it appropriately. So
you and me, friend, we are nothing in common. Makano is an evil man. In that there is no question. But just because an evil man kills, it does not mean his victims are innocent.
Innocence ain't a thing that exists around folks like us. At least not for long. Hell, I'm not even sure I know what it looks like anymore.
I used to. Once. But the bloodier I get, the quicker
I do need to make some changes.
Picture face.
If you recognize that, that's a pretty good start. My recommendation, talk to a GP or a dietitian to figure out what would work out best for you. Because they will figure out something that will work with you, and it's one thing...
Bring it back. Not worth as much money, but we can sell everything you bring back.
So, Sign of the Times and Stones Unturned. Jungle Camo is completing Stones Unturned. Nah, he looks very much like Rambo. Let's just go with the original look. There we go. So, because here's the thing, is like some people, like, before I got onto the shake diet, I tried intermittent fasting, I tried gym memberships, I tried, you know, cooking my own food, I tried HelloFresh, and many of those didn't work for me. It wasn't until I talked to a dietitian that they were able to give me a decent recommendation, and they were able, and from there, I learned about U-Foods would be, like, you know, an appropriate sort of equivalent for me, and yeah, off to the races from there. And I'm down to where I am right now, which is the lowest I have been in like 7 or 8 years right now. Like, I am right now at the weight I was at, like, during high school / university. Alright. Worried about the Hollow being able to protect itself, see what you can do for her. Emmanuel keeps an eye on the incoming weed deliveries behind the old church. We've done pretty decent earnings. So those are story missions. New Bordeaux.
President George Meany, when he offered his support for the
Go
police
see what
action
Emmanuel
against
knows
disruptive
about it.
protesters in Chicago. Meany described the protesters as a group of young kooks.
Steal the boat. Talk to Cassandra. Steal the thingy. Steal a semi-truck. Alright. because she's close by, let's go see what her mission is like. Let me see if it's like, if it's a cutscene and mission and all that kind of nonsense. Definitely I'm gonna make it, you know, a mission that I will do only like on stream and such. So otherwise, you know, it might be off stream the same as like all the other side missions that I want to do. So yeah, proud of you. Seriously, it's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, honestly, because like chat will know for like the last year or two, I've definitely had a struggle here and there in trying to do the intermittent fasting and such, especially since I was, you know,
let me know if you need anything else, shall we?
Especially since, like, because back when I was first telling him I was trying to lose weight, I was like 130 kilograms or something like that. I got up to like 150 kilograms last year in July, and that was when I was like, all right, let's try and do calorie counting. Didn't really work too well. Went to a doctor's appointment, got onto OptiFast, got down to like 120 kilograms just before Christmas, went on a 2-week break. Only gained like a kilo or two when I was off in the States, you know. I eat healthily with family because, you know, they already have, like, food sorted out and all that kind of nonsense. But even then, like, when I was on break, you know, kept it rather manageable. Got back from the States, went back on the shake diet, and I got myself under 100 kilograms during the intensive period, which is, you know, all 3 of my meals being shakes. And now I'm on 2 shakes of being 2 shakes, 1 meal a day is where I'm at right now. Also needing to drink, like, 2 liters of water. Or 2 liters of fluid, sorry. So there's that. But yeah, I was at like a very heavy weight when I went onto the OptiSlim diet and such like that. The dietitian, when I talked to them last year, thought I could very well get into like the normal weight range of like 78 kilos or less, which is a little bit crazy. I don't know if I 100% believe I can get down to that without just going back onto the intensive diet after a couple weeks on the 2 shakes, 1 meal thing. But, like, you know, I want to get down to a level that I feel, like, comfortable with and, you know, still be able to enjoy stuff. Hey, Grant, I'm getting a new OC, and I already... do you have a third color you want to add? No. No, I don't. I'm not interested in, you know... like, you know, doing other people's personas and such. That is a 100% you thing. So, it's probably good 36 kilograms from the healthiest weight I was at in high school. Oh, yeah, so 36 kilograms over what you needed to be. Alright. Yeah, no, I've always been heavy for a while in my adulthood.
Pearlie used to put these under our beds.
Shipping time sponsored
Thought they
by
keep us
Phantom.
safe.
Fear drives people to seek out all manner of protection.
Give it a little
God,
stretch. Thank you.
Suppose, Loa. But sometimes that is not enough.
No weapon formed against us shall prosper, right?
Not with a 45 in my hand.
Yeah.
The white government says we don't have a right to arm ourselves and we can't be trusted. But the folks around here, all they looking for is a little peace of mind.
Good cuteness rating.
In this city, I need you to steal them.
You sure this about the Hollow? I don't need you starting a revolution, fucking everything up.
When you out there running around killing all those crackers, what do you think people will see? I'll tell you what they see. A crazy nigga. A nigga part of a savage whole that needs to be exterminated.
Well, I don't give a shit one way or another. They can come after me.
And what happens when you're not around and another black man or woman is, huh? We all the same to them. Don't you think the people of this neighborhood, the mechanic, the housewife, have a right to defend themselves?
History tells me that giving you more guns might be unhealthy for me.
It's not like that. Not anymore. I'll see to it they get in the hands of the right people.
So when I was super depressed in senior year, I got all the way down to 65 kilograms.
I'll see what I can do.
Oof. Yeah, that's a crazy amount of weight to get down to. I know that's in the, like, if you're in like the 5'10" range, 5'8", like 65 kilos is where like the BMI is
You
and
know,
such, but yeah, it's
at
very
some point, we'll
underweight,
have to trust
and I know
Maybe.
that there are much...
We ain't there yet.
There's much better, 5'10", yeah, so definitely low weight. I know that better metrics would be trying to figure out your visceral or subcutaneous fat, or, if you only have measurements, the hip-to-waist ratio. You're gonna have to Google what the thingy-majiggy is, but the hip-to-waist ratio is a better indicator of health and what have you. But the problem is that trying to measure your hips and waist is a relatively difficult thing to do on your own. Hence why I have it on my throne, like this really cool measuring tape that can do, like, the wraparound thingy-majiggy more easily. So, but yeah, if there was a way for me to be able to do, like, better measurements of my body, I would definitely be down for that. But I actually also need to, like, recheck my height, because I'm not even 100% certain that I am at the height that I say I am. Like, I feel like I'm a centimeter, like I'm a couple centimeters off or something like that, because normally I have, like, fairly long curly hair, and even when you squish it down, normally there's, like, a little bit of volume when you squish it down, but right now my hair is, like, super short. Like, I had it, like, as a buzz cut, like, earlier on in the year. So I'm really curious, like, what my height actually is. And I can check the height myself, but I feel like I'd do, like, a bit of a misaccurate measurement trying. And, yeah, there isn't a lot of cool methods of being able to check your own height. They don't have those, thingy-majiggies in grocery stores anymore.
No business with you. Look at there! It's him!
There we go.
Taking the shot! Sweet baby Jesus.
There we go. Get rid of the communist poster while I'm at it.
Oh, shit, run! It's over here, get him! Stay behind me!
Go.
No fucking way! How's that feel, His greetings and fucking seconds, boys!
Well, I wasn't gonna get closer to him, so... Oh, we're stealing Confederate guns. Nice. Fuck these guys.
Shit! You got another one!
I do not feel bad for these executions. Well, I never felt bad for these executions a lot of the time, so yeah. There we go. Oh, I can also pick up a, what's a Mahoozy thing? Nice. Oh, yeah, cool. This is a district I'm controlling. Nice. Alrighty. Heal. Thank you. And then we'll pick up the, health kit that's here. Or wherever it is. There's the health kit. Thank you. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon. On the bright side, I have slowly started to do more exercising. Hey, that's good! Ow, Sir Dragon, why would you do this to me? Good for you, Calabar. Also, there has been no videos played on my death, which is really unfortunate. I am going to need to fix that. Because, like, for whatever reason, it hasn't been doing that. Oh, wait, hang on. There's a breaker box somewhere around here I need to deal with. Here we go. Let me get this one out of the way. And then... whack! There we go. Oh, so good.
He's an old dog, but Enzo's a stand-up guy. He and Marcano go way back. The guy's the fucking real deal. We don't got nothing.
Alrighty, so... I need to get these guns... Where are they wanting me to take these guns? Nope, that's a little close. Where? objectives. Hang on. There it is. Steal the guns. Deliver the... okay, deliver the truck to Cassandra. There we go. Why couldn't it just, you know... It could have just, like, automatically done it. I know it's not major cardio, but I want to ease into it given my asthma. Look, honestly, my cardio, thanks to the viewers last year, before I went on holiday, one of the things that was contributed on my throne was a walking pad. And I later got myself a standing desk. So what I've been able to do is that I've actually been able to go on, like, fairly decent length walks, all in the comfort of my office and such. And I love that. I have been able to get, like, you know, on the days when I go on the walking pad, so much more energy burned and exercise gained. I didn't really go for an exercise yesterday, because yesterday was Sunday, and I kind of have that as my rest day. But most certainly, like, a day like today, what I will probably do is I'll watch, like, an episode of Andor while on the walking pad, and I get myself, like, a good 45-minute walk. It's very fantastic. Absolutely. Alright, new journal entry. Nope. There we go. Deliver the truck to Cassandra. Okay, that's it. Do I talk to her next? Return to Cassandra. Yes, I do. Alright, hang on. And here we are. Hello, Cassandra.
Welcome, brother. Make yourself at home. The holler gets stronger with every gun you bring. Don't doubt that. You heard about the trial? Trey McCall's...
Is there more side quests with her? Assign a district to Cassandra. Ah, okay. So yeah, so... Alright, so the side missions with, like, Thomas Berg, Vito Scaletti, and Cassandra will most certainly be things that I do on stream. Ooh, there's, like... Right? So, but... And then these are most certainly going to be things I do on stream as well. Donovan's waded through the muck to learn about the rackets in Berkeley Clay, Tickfaw Harbor, and downtown. Okay. So we've got options. Also, we got, like, cash on hand we can get rid of at some point. Perla's nightclub. Alright.
Mother was just in here the other day. No parent should ever have to see their child pass on.
You've completed an agenda mission for your underboss. Unlock more agenda missions by assigning this underboss another district. Yep, sounds good. So that requires us, like, you know, going through more Donovan missions and what have you. And then after that, we assign it to a person. We probably don't want to have everything, like, assigned to just one underboss as well. So I'll probably figure out what the optimal path is. Like, who gets what district. Yep, and this is Barclay Hills now. So yeah, we'll go have a talk to Donovan about Barclay Hills. So that will open up this area for me to do some, like, side nonsense. And I'll be able to do that off stream and do the optionals. Because Lord knows I'm gonna be working from home tomorrow. And then Wednesday, South to Midnight, Thursday, Split Fiction with Code. Friday, I need to double check what I'm gonna use my toil day on, because I did work the Saturday shift, which does afford me a day of, like, time in lieu of, because of that Saturday shift. And dink. And dunk.
If that hardware is good enough for our soldiers, it's good enough for me. That's for goddamn.
Yeah, it wants me to smash a window for that one. No thanks. And then there's an album in here we can go for. The double barrel bar. Cool. Steppenwolf, nice, cool album.
You lost, boy?
Nope. Don't ask me that again. The United States is a free country, and I'm free to go wherever I want, regardless of skin, age, color, and what have you. Alrighty, Donovan, what do you got going for us here? Tell me a story before we end the stream.
You ever heard of Enzo Conti?
Think Sammy
No.
mentioned him a time or two.
He's 61, old school mob. Been running Barclay Mills for decades. He started off extorting the railroad and moved on into industrial waste. All the heavy construction equipment and supplies for the casino, steel, concrete molds, that kind of thing, was all brought in via Enzo's trains.
All that shit has to be worth millions. Enzo didn't just hand it over to any cat who walked in the door. Marcano's a felon, so he's got to have a partner, someone who's legit.
If he does, that person's buried deep. I went through the paperwork. It's a goddamn maze.
Which means we need to get Enzo to tell us who it is.
According to my sources, Enzo's not a big fan of the casino. Thinks anyone who's not Sal Marcano's gonna end up getting fucked.
So I might be able to use that to flip him.
Probably have to squeeze him pretty hard, but it's worth a shot. He's still involved in the railroad and has to store all that industrial waste somewhere, so I'd start there.
Once I take his district from him, I'll give him a call from the motel, offer him an out.
And if that fails, you could always give him a Hanoi hangman.
The fuck is a... Oh, what? So we've got Connie Moncano doing guns. And Maria Bava doing garbage. Alright, color me curious about Marcano. Like, why? Oh, DeMarco. Sorry, not Marcano. Her name is DeMarco. I have read that incorrectly. I read that so wrong. I am terrible with names and faces. If I can't get your name right, I'm gonna get your face wrong, most likely.
Hello there.
Hello there. Connie?
Look who it is. Good to see you up and breathing, Connie.
Fuck, man. It got kind of crazy when you was taking over the warehouse in River Row, but I got out all right.
Heard you know something about the Barclay train yard.
Yep. This is more independent-like between the two of us. That friend of yours in the nice tan suit figured you need eyes and ears on Pete Santini's shipping operation.
What's Santini up to?
He's a protection man here in Barclay. You want to see whatever you put on a train end up where it's supposed to be? You gotta pay Pete's people.
Sounds kind of small time for one of Marcano's outfits.
Give the man a prize. Ever wonder why this city's got so many guns? Marcano and Enzo got Santini running them. You bust up them deals and you put the hurt on Pete's business.
All right. I'll see about getting my hands on that map. Be seeing you.
You know the drill. Lean on Santini's people, see what they got to say.
Sounds like a plan. Alrighty then. I will leave the stream here. We have a lot of side stuff for me to do. There's a lot of catching up. Lord knows that we got downtown and the Tickfaw Harbor to go through as well. But what I'll most likely do is I'll do all the, like, grindy work of like Barclay, of the Barclay Mills and what have you. And then I'll have all the other optional stuff that I'll be able to do as well. Now for all of the lieutenants, and then the underbosses, I'll leave that for the next time I stream. Because, oh my goodness, there's so much on a Monday that we can do. So, that is going to be it for me today. It's past 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have to think about lunch. Lord knows I have my options available for me, and it's really, really tempting to go for like a McDonald's meal as a treat myself. But then there's also the fact that I want to try and do like a way better job of trying to get lower down in my weight. And being able to do it today might be a good opportunity to do it, because I woke up yesterday at like 95.75, and today, this morning, I woke up at 95.75 as well. So Sunday, I didn't really have that much of a weight change going off, and I will need to fix that. But before you all disappear, let's go online and see who we can go and raid. And there is a few people doing some just chatting. If I limit it to people that I'm following, let's go for... Oh, you know who we're gonna go for? We're gonna go for this artist. We're gonna go for Rakungaki. They look... What are they doing? No idea what they're talking about. So let's go raid into them, and we're gonna go with the long sorry, not the long we're gonna go with the short raid message, Himbo raid. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You've also got these emotes to choose from as well. The next time I will be streaming is going to be Wednesday night. We're going to be going through South of Midnight. I very much love that game. The story is capturing me, and I most certainly want to see more of it before, like, the game gets away from me because of, like, picking up other new games or getting through my backlog and what have you. So, yeah, that is going to be it. And if I don't see you Wednesday or Thursday night, I'll hope you all had a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now!